Good morning. We resume with our hearings. Today we will start with the Council for Black Market Agents. I know that we are starting slightly late. I think I was informed the stakeholders were slightly delayed. So I would ask the technical team to engage stakeholders that are to appear before us to arrive here on time so that it doesn't affect our schedule for the day. I will hand over to Mr. Derek Bowles.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone. I think let's just start, please, with your full names and designations for the record, please.
Thomas Mawasha from the Council of Black Market Agents. With me on my right-hand side is Gilbert Katu Nezanani. He's the chairperson of the Council for Black Market Agents.
All right. Thank you. Maybe just in terms of housekeeping, we've divided the session up into two, with the first 30 minutes being allocated to you to at least provide some insight into the work that you do and maybe provide us with your views on the market as well. The second portion of the session will then be with the technical team, led by myself. We'll pose some questions to you and we'll have some engagement. All right. I think before we start, there's an oath and affirmation which is placed in front of you. I think it's a laminated document. It might be under your file there. Do you have any objection in taking the oath? Right. Then can you please just state your names and just read that for the record, please.
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Mwasha. All right. So the first theme is relatively general. Can you maybe just explain the process of selling fresh produce at the NFPMs from the perspective of market agents, the members that you represent?
Thank you, Derek. I had thought that we were going to be given at least the first session, a few minutes to.
That's right.
Basically set the scene before maybe we can go into the.
Yes, so that's sorry, the question was really just as an introduction. So
thank you so much.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And let me start by apologizing profusely for running late. We were delayed at the printers. We were not aware that there will be a file already prepared for us. But also we underestimated the amount of time it will take us to get accredited with the security. It is not out of disrespect. I want to apologize profusely for that. Thank you. My name is Thomas Mawasha, as I've indicated. I'm the director of Council for Black Market Agent. With me is Gilbert Nezanani. He's the chairperson of the Council of Black Market Agent and one of the two directors, I think, of 100% black-owned market agencies that are trading at Joburg Market. We've prepared, a statement to basically, formally, introduce ourselves, but also in terms of the field that we are in. Some of you may be aware that around about 2006, the National Agricultural Marketing Council, which is a state-owned enterprise tasked with advising the Minister of Agriculture on issues pertaining to the marketing of agricultural commodities. They set up, or they concluded rather, a Section 7 investigation on national fresh produce market. Their main concerns were three. And one was the apparent slow pace of transformation at national fresh produce market. Two was the market access problems highlighted by black producers then. So the evidence also of a declining competitiveness, and the efficiency of national fresh produce market in terms of providing services to low-income consumers. In the main, the informal traders was also, a concern. What the study did is it made a recommendation, and part of the recommendation was to basically issue 4 targets that were to be achieved by 2014. And the targets were in the main: 1, 30% of produce that is traded at national fresh produce market should be traded through black market agents. 2 was that at least 25% of existing market agencies, must have real BEE participation. 3 is that every market must identify at least 5 black salespeople of reputation and ability to become market agents. And 4 was that 50% of the market masters or the CEOs that are leading the markets must be black. Some 17 years later, only 1 target has been achieved. And we're talking of a target of transforming, the top layer, the leadership, at the market. The rest are still in the air. Currently, as we speak, less than 1% of fresh produce that is traded in national fresh produce market comes from black market agents, and by extension, black producers. To illustrate the point, turnover for national fresh produce market as a channel in the past financial year that ended now, June 2023, was 22.6 billion. That was the turnover of the 16 national fresh produce markets that we have, in the country. Of that 22.6 billion, 1.1 billion, which is 5%, is what went to the market authorities. These are in the main the shareholders, your municipalities that operate and run the markets. About 1.7 billion, which is about 7.5%, is what accrued to market agents. The balance of the money, which is about 19.8 billion, it works out to about 87.5%, is what was paid to the farmers in the country, the producers, and the owners of the products. Of the 1.7 billion commission that was paid to the market agents, black market agents in the country accounted for less than 1%. Same applies to the 19.8 billion that was paid to the farmers, the producers or the owners of the product. Less than 1% of that money went to black producers. So the black market agents and farmers, by extension, they are precluded from benefiting, from this, channel that we call national fresh produce market. As regards, the trade floor, as we speak now, 98% of market agents or sales people are white, male-dominated. Very few blacks, women and youth, play a role in this sector. You can go there, visit the markets, you will see it, for yourself. These are not allegations, but are facts. So black market agents are struggling to break the racial pattern. It's what basically, we've come to, realize. Because this is an industry where white commercial farmers continue their long historical relationship with established white market agents. And they are unwilling to allow new players, obviously, to, enter, the field. They hide behind, it's a free market economy. As a producer, I've got the right to decide where I can take my products and who can sell the products on my behalf. And I think we need to investigate, that aspect, to say to what extent does it impact, transformation in the country. We know that, it's white people that have got access to land, they've got access to capital, and without those 2 aspects, the rights, water rights, you are not able to produce, at least on a large scale, It doesn't matter how qualified, you are. It's a fact that we are facing. So the lack of transformation in terms of, land reform, we are seeing the impact at the market, which is where money, is made. So as we speak, the industry is highly consolidated, with white players dominating the market in terms of control, of the entire, supply chain. And that makes it very difficult, if not impossible, for black market agents to access and sell, products, locally, especially, in terms of using this particular, channel. The fact is that to date, no single black market agent in all 16 national fresh produce markets in the country has consistent access to top 4 selling commodities. The top 4 selling commodities in the country, things that South Africans consume, daily, without fail. It's onion, it's potato, it's tomato, and bananas. These 4 commodities account for close to 60% of the 22.6, billion. You do not have, large-scale commercial farmers of those 4 commodities, in the country. Some 30 years, into our democracy. Turnover-wise, those 4 basically account for 12.9 billion. So you're talking of 12.9 billion worth of produce where black people in the country do not have a role to play except as consumers. It's a worrying concern. So that's failure to produce, these top 4 commodities, at least, by the small-scale farmers or even, they call them emerging farmers, I think in some instances, means that, us as black market agents, we do not have access, to these commodities. Indeed, it is said that, you come to Joburg market, which, by the way, is the biggest market in the world, in case you don't know. It is the biggest market in the world for horticultural produce. You can go to, Google and check the stats for Rungis International. Rungis is the biggest market, at least in the world. It's based in Paris, but it's a food market, whereas ours here is a horticultural market. If you compare volume that they sell there in terms of, horticulture, at least when I used to work for Joburg market, we were far ahead in terms of volume, which makes, Joburg, the single biggest, point for sale of, fresh produce. But the point I'm trying to say is that we do not, have a role, as black people, in that particular, sector in terms of, what is, distributed, there. So this is what basically led to the formation of the council, for black market agents. We formed the organization to advocate for the advancement and development of black market agents, in the industry. The main aim is to ensure that there's inclusion, that there's growth, that there's competitiveness, and that there's equitable participation by black people, in the sector. Our vision is to see economically and socially inclusive national fresh produce markets, contributing equitably to the success, of the industry. We want to, promote or see the promotion of inclusion of black players, in the industry, to ensure that, they are adequately capacitated in all forms and are enabled to compete freely in the sector. It is not the case now. When we formed CBMA back in 2016, we had about 8 members. We're talking 100% black-owned market agents. 7 years later, 5 have fallen by the wayside. There's only 3 market agents, left. It's 2 at Joburg and 1, at Tshwane. And the key reason is that, they did not have access to products. Remember, what you need here is not just access or sporadic access to product. You need consistent availability of, products. If you are selling tomatoes, you need to have tomatoes throughout the year, 365, days, of the year. No single black farmer now is able to guarantee that. One, because of, the scale of production, issue of access to capital, lack of transport logistics, all those things, they impact, overall in the operation. Our view is that, what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is the best model that any country can ever have, And I always like to make this example that we've never had food riot in South Africa. We've never had food insecurity. But a lot of people fail to understand, how did this thing happen? How is it that, countries like India, every now and then there'll be food riot? It's because they don't have this channel. We've got a very unique channel here that we call National Fresh Produce Markets. been in existence for over 50 years. It provides for, platform for equitable sale of, fruits and vegetables. It has not seen price increase for over 50 years. Because as a farmer, you only part with 12.5%, at least, at most, and the rest of the money, accrues to the farmer. The money is paid, at almost without fail, within 5 days. You compare this, with other new channels that are cropping up, your direct sales with retailers where, there are stories of farmers being paid, after 90 days. It is not the case with markets. When a farmer sends produce to the market, it gets sold. The farmer can be assured that it was sold for cash. And the farmer can receive his money that very same day, but, normally, they'll be paid, within a week. So cash flow, is not that much affected. The farmer knows that, the product was sold probably at the best possible price because it's a free market where the forces of supply and demand, get to determine, the price, for fresh produce. So it's basically, the only channel where a grower is key in that, for every 100 rand that his product fetches on the floor, he's guaranteed that 88% of that money, we can even equate it to 88 rand, basically comes to his pocket. You can never say the same with the rest of the other channels, in the country. So the point I was trying to make in comparison to your rank is that we need to do a lot to protect this particular channel. It's what we have. I think the best that we can ever export as a country. Other countries don't have it. Myself, by the way, I'm a former employee of the Joburg market. I served Joburg market from 2006 up to about 2013 as the head of marketing. So I was responsible for analyzing the statistics, reading the trends and all that. I've received delegations from many countries across the world. And they are all at all in terms of what we have, as a country. And the point I'm trying to make in terms of food security is that, my mother could afford to buy tomatoes, I think, when I was young. My children, I think they'll continue to be able to buy tomatoes, because of these, markets that we have, 16 of them spread across the country, where any farmer, regardless of scale of production, they can take their products there to be sold, on their behalf, so that the farmer can focus on what they are good at, which is farming, and they allow somebody who's good at selling, which is, in terms of market agent, that's what they do, they're selling products on behalf of the farmer. It frees the farmer to focus on farming, have somebody sell products on their behalf, but know that at least it's sold at the best, optimum, price. As consumers or as buyers, you can go and buy at the market. You're able to negotiate the price, and therefore make sure that the price you pay, is actually representative, of factors of supply and demand. You can never say the same with the meat industry or any other sector in the country. Where price of meat is determined, by the meat abattoirs or the big players. There's no transparency. The price that, for instance, your ShopRite checkers will pay at a meat abattoir, it's not transparent. We don't know. But if you go to the market, there's a bit of transparency. And we need to jealously, in my view, guard, this channel. But in trying to, guard it, to preserve it, we need to make sure that we also transform it so that it can be, something that benefits almost every citizen of the country. Currently, it is very much skewed in favor of the current players. So we hope to assist the Commission in identifying real challenges that are hindering transformation in the sector. And also develop what we believe are lasting solutions that will ensure full transformation of the sector, so it reflects the country's demographics. Our view is that you cannot look at the issue of land transformation, in isolation to what is happening at the market. At the market is where big commercial farmers are making money, and for as long as they are making money there, they're not going to be able to seed and allow transformation to happen, in terms of production because of. The benefits, as you can see, 22.2 million, it's a lot of money. And the last point that I want to make is if you look at not just the top four, but within the top four, let's zoom into the top two commodities, which is potato and onion. the two commodities account for over 30% of that 22.6 billion. We've got market agents. At Joburg Market, if you've been, they've got 3 separate halls. You've got a potato and onion hall, 16,000 square meter. It's just a hall that basically sells nothing but, potatoes and onion. Those are the 2 top-selling commodities, in the country. That's what we consume as South Africans on a regular basis. Then you've got the fruit hall, and then you've got the vegetable hall. When you become accredited as a market agent, you are given space in all the 3 halls. We've got a space in the potato and onion hall that we don't use. We can never use it because we don't have access to products. 2, you go to fruits hall, it's very sporadic because fruits are very, they are seasonal, products. So we only have an operation at the, vegetable hall. But when you get given space by the market authorities, they basically, will set a target for you. That your target is to achieve this much turnover, otherwise it doesn't justify us allocating space for you. But already you are on the back foot because of 30% of what contributes the target or the turnover. You don't have access to that product because there's no black farmers in the country that consistently produce those 2 commodities. So the chips that we consume from McDonald's, McCain's and all that, a lot of black people, we have no hand in that except as consumers. For me, it's a source for concern, and I just hope that, in trying to deliberate on the issues here, we can zoom into those and say, how can we address, these issues? Because sure, 30 years, it's a very, very long time. We still have tax of black farmers referred to as emerging farmers. You can never be emerging for 30 years. At some stage, you're supposed to be an emerged. They've been emerging, they still get referred to as emerging farmers. I'm 30 years into a democracy. Sure, there's something wrong. And for me, I hope that, with this investigation, we will zoom deeper into those issues and not only identify challenges, but seek to, come with, tangible, solutions that we can basically, put into place to address these challenges, because it's affecting us. We are seeing it in terms of our performance at Joburg Market. I thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me just kick off then. You obviously spoken and maybe outlined the strategic importance of the NFPMs, but maybe talk us through some of the problems and the challenges that are being experienced at those particular markets currently.
I happen to have been a member of a body called Project Rebirth. Project Rebirth is a brainchild of the Department of Agriculture at National, and it was established, to basically zoom in and look at the challenges that are faced, at the market, because sure, they are concerned about, the declining volumes that are being channeled to national fresh produce market. If you look at the trajectory in terms of, production, vis-a-vis, what basically goes to the market. Yes, markets continue to record, phenomenal growth, but we call it, inflationary growth because of, the growth. If you look at the volume, it does not, correspond, with the, the turnover. I'll give you an example. Joburg Market, they trade over 800 million worth of produce, a month. But if you look at the volume, for the past 10 years, it's dropping, owing to, emerging other channels that are basically, cropping up. And some of the issues cited by the big buyers, for instance, is dilapidating infrastructure at the market. The reality is that, these channels were built almost 40 years ago. And then they were entrusted in the care of local municipalities. You and I know that there's chaos currently in local municipalities. They cannot collect their money for utilities that they've rendered, let alone managing a complex business such as a national fresh produce market, where you need constant investment to make sure that there's you maintain good hygiene standards, you maintain the infrastructure, and the likes. So as a result, they've lost a lot of, big, what I'll call, account, buyers. Those in the main are the retailers, but at the same time, because nature doesn't allow vacuum, what we've seen over the years, at least according to statistics, by Freshmark system, is that, of that 22.6 billion, about 40% of that turnover comes from the informal traders. These are the, what we call, street hawkers, they are a cog, in terms of making, sure that, people have access to these fresh commodities, at least closer to their household. So those are the guys that basically, come in to fill the void. But then the big buyers, obviously, they have, since, migrated to source, directly. And you've got farmers that have also invested a lot of money in making sure that they improve their standards, their pack houses and all that are accredited. And they are saying, but I cannot be spending so much money here in terms of making sure that I maintain the standards to take it to a product where it basically will be contaminated, because of lack of proper care owing to old infrastructure and the other issues. So those are in the main the challenges. So what we are seeing now is a situation whereby, other small regional markets, they are dropping phenomenally in terms of turnover, and then Joburg market continue to grow as people from those areas bypass them. I mean, you have people coming from as far as Lesotho bypassing Mangaung market, which is in Bloemfontein, coming all the way to Joburg, to buy. Obviously, that is affecting performance of those regional markets. And of course, you can argue that it's the issue of products available. But farmers now also opt to take their products to where these big markets are because of quicker turnaround of stock, but also the prices and all that. So you've got all those mirrored challenges, but also the chaos that we see in the local municipalities, where you don't have consistency in terms of management. This week is this coalition, and it affects the leadership in those markets. So as a result, we are seeing the channel's influence declining, relative to the role that it used to play, in the past. So those in the main are the challenges, other than the issues of transformation that already highlighted.
Thank you. So who are the major role players at the market agent level of the value chain in South Africa? So maybe just provide us with some names. Who are the big players at this level?
The big players, I mean, in Joburg you'll have RSA, you'll have your Bofa and Ruot, you have DEPA, you've got Venpro. But if you look at those agents that I've just mentioned, what makes them big? It's not a rocket science. I mean, you've got RSA, I'm glad Jaco is here. They are the biggest traders of tomatoes in South Africa and in the country. And that's what makes them big. You've got Venpro, they are the biggest in terms of potatoes and onion. You go to DEPA, they are big in citrus. So you can see everything mirrors what I just said, that once you have access to the four big commodities, it's almost a foregone conclusion that you are bound to be a bigger player. So therefore, access to those commodities is basically what will determine whether you grow to become bigger or not, because pretty much it's what we consume. South African households, in every household has got a tomato at any given time. You've got a potato at any given time. You've got an onion. So in most cases, whatever that we consume throughout the country and across SADC, you can be rest assured that it went through the hands of those four big players, because the markets in SA, they're not only supply, produce, or they are not only a platform to serve, the needs of the locals. Indeed, you've got trucks coming from as far as the DRC, in the, Congo, coming to source their products here. The entire Botswana depend on SA, for their fresh produce provision. So is Lesotho and Swaziland. So, and because of, we are almost like the same, as black people in terms of what we consume. And as I mentioned black people because we happen to be the majority of consumers. So what people consume in Swaziland is the same as, what we consume, locally. So you are going to see for the foreseeable amount of time, those 4 agencies remaining, the biggest, owing to their access, to those, key commodities that I've just mentioned.
Sure. So you mentioned access to products or commodities is a major thing. So you also mentioned the names of like Venpro, for instance, and their presence in onions and potatoes. Do you know of any exclusivity arrangements with those particular agents and the growers focusing on those commodities?
I wouldn't know. Safe to say that part of the recommendation that I made when I was serving in the Project Rebirth, I was made in charge of a subcommittee that basically looks at transformation, and part of the responsibility was to develop or to do a study in terms of what are the challenges and what solutions can we propose to address those challenges. And one of the things that as a committee we recommended was that perhaps we should look at approaching these big producers, basically, to propose to them that, can they, look, for instance, at introducing, can be a sub-brand. You know that you are a producer, you are a big, you've got a brand that you've established. Establish a sub-brand, which sub-brand you can use to basically supply black market agents, as a way to help transform, the sector. But our pleas obviously fell on deaf ears. So just so that you understand, the relationship between, market agents and farmers, it's very, strong and solid. In fact, most relationships are more solid than most relationships, marriage that we see, in the country. You have a situation where you get told by a farmer that, look here, we are the 5th generation, in this family. And for as long as we've traded, we've always been trading through that market agents. We have no reason to want to, break, the trust, and therefore, sorry, we can't. And of course, we are told that we are in a free market economy. People are free to do what they want with their product. And indeed, it's understandable, given that the product, much as it's sold at the market, it remains the property of the farmer until it is sold. So therefore, if the product is not sold, it is the farmer that assumes the risk. And the farmer will always say that, based on that, I'm not willing to take a chance. So yes, we did try, and the result was that the only solution is that, we need to go out and create our own ecosystem, develop, our own, black farmers, and train them and equip them and make sure that they are able to supply.
So you mentioned that you went out to the other growers. I mean, did you not approach governments, the Department of Agriculture, or, because clearly the problem seems to be at that grower level. I mean, who else have you approached in terms of getting that grower level, or at least some access to those produce, to those commodities at the grower level?
Now, interestingly, the Project Rebirth that I'm referring to, it was chaired by government. I mean, we're talking of people from the Department of Agriculture, people responsible for marketing, they were present. So they are aware of those issues. But even with their presence, we still were not able to break the barrier.
Okay. All right. Moving on then. Are you at least aware of any cross-shareholdings or cross-directorships between competing market agents at the Joburg NFPMs or elsewhere for that matter?
Well, you hear that, but then of course we don't have evidence, and then and we just felt that for us it's not worth pursuing or investigating because of we don't see how it's going to benefit us. Our concern is mainly on focusing on programs that will basically deliver results for us. So rather than following on those issues, we believe that perhaps the time could be better spent trying to grow and develop our own suppliers so that we can have access to products.
All right. How do your members determine the prices of the commodities that they handle? Maybe if you can just go into some detail. I know you've got Gilbert next to you as well.
It's a tricky one because I know that there was investigation by the Commission, but safe to say that when I joined Joburg Market in 2006 as the head of marketing, the prevailing view is that the farmer can only part with up to 12.5%.
So maybe just to stop you, we'll get into the commissions later.
Yeah.
But I'm talking now specifically about the sort of prices of the produce itself. So
Yeah.
the prices from the buyer side. Maybe just talk us through that process, please. We understand that there's a supply-demand sort of
that's
principle.
fine. So what happens is that, daily, and I'll use Joburg Market as an example because of, at least I can draw on my experience there. Daily, where sales will close at 11, there'll be reconciliation of accounts so that, monies can be paid to the market agents for sales, that accrued on that day, minus the 5% that the authorities will take. And the Joburg Market will then post, statistics for that day on the website in terms of, how much was sold, the stock availability on the floor, the volume, the average, the low and the high. And I would imagine that basically becomes, the basis, for price, discovery the following, day. And of course, when you factor in, the deliveries that will have happened, from 12, midday up to, early hours of the morning, those are the factors that basically, will determine, the price when the market opens the following day.
Thank you. So maybe moving on to what you wanted to answer just now in terms of price competition. So the FPMI has observed very little price competition in terms of the commissions being charged by market agents to the growers. In your view, why is there such a little price competition at that level? You mentioned the 12.5%, which obviously 5% goes to the market itself, but it seems almost pegged at the 7.5% for the agents. Is there some wriggle room there? I mean, maybe just talk us through that pricing at that level at least.
Certainly, there is a wriggle room. I mean, an example is in the sales of potatoes. I'm told they don't pay 7.5%. I'm told, I don't know that. I'm told that, and remember, we're not selling potatoes because we don't have access to the commodities. I'm told that the commission is slightly lower. I don't know if it's because of Potato SA went to negotiate as a collective on behalf of their members. I really, will not comment on that because I don't have the facts. But I know for sure that market agents are flexible in terms of the commission that they can charge, the farmer for their services. And that is a factor of negotiation between that particular farmer and the market agents, at that point. And of course, there will be other, conditions. But the prevailing view is that, market agents takes, up to 7.5. But of late, I've heard, that, there are farmers that get charged up to 8, 9, 10%. And I cannot comment on that because it does not involve any of our members. But it's things that you just hear on the corridors and the likes. Thanks.
Okay. So in your view, I mean, what can be done to increase price competition at that level?
It's a difficult one. I guess for as long as you don't increase the pool of suppliers, and you've got this limited, or controlled by the industry, by a few who are highly syndicated, I don't think you have much room, to wriggle yourself, out of it. For me, the problem with regard to markets, start in the main, in the production, of these products. And for as long as what is produced, in the country's hinterland doesn't come to the market, you're going to have the same players that have dominated, continue to dominate, and pretty much they set, the rules. And if there's nothing to upset the apple cart by way of having a deluge of new players now coming into the scene, they won't be willing, in my view, to cede control. And so you're not going to do much until you address the issue, of production.
Okay, maybe then just in terms of the the levels of concentration at the market agent level as well. Once again, we've observed high levels of concentration specifically at that level. Once again, what are the barriers to entry for new market agents wishing to enter the market?
So there's quite a few. So there's quite a few. I mean, one, you need to apply at APEC and then receive training. I think there are some monies that needs to be paid at APEC. Yeah. So then you receive training. Once you've received the training and you become accredited, then you can then approach the market authorities at the market of your choice for to be given a concession or space to trade. And that's the beginning of your problems, because of you need to have an office, with staff that will do, the bank end or provide bank end, support or admin. You need to have a team of salespeople who will go out there and recruit farmers to basically supply you with the products. You need to do self maintenance of your stall in terms of cleaning, right? So those are the costs that you have to incur, pay for the furniture, the computer systems and the likes. So those are the big barriers, and we mentioned them in our submission in that you look at the history of the country, almost every sector has received support one way or the other from government. A lot of money continue to be pumped into primary production. We haven't had a single initiative by government whereby they are saying, no, look, let's go and try to support this layer of middlemen that are called market agents at the market, in terms of meeting them halfway, understanding their challenges and beginning to basically maybe cover some of their expenses. It hasn't happened. When he's sitting here to say that he's the MD of Cattle Fresh Market Agents, you can be rest assured that whatever little expense that he has incurred, it basically came from his pocket. He has paid it from his pocket to be where he is, which is the reason why a lot of them, have folded. But you and I know that all the big industries we have in the country, you can mention them from Sosol, ISCO, and all. They were started with government money. Some state government was involved to make them to be where they are. It is not the case, with us as black market agents. Every little expense came from our pocket. You're almost out of pocket to the tune of almost $500,000 before you even start trading. But even that is not guaranteed because it's still, a function of farmers being able to, support you or supply you with products. And then you realize very soon that, they're in potato and onion, 30% of that money, it's gone. You're basically discounting it. You come, to even with the fruit hall, you can count the number of farmers that have citrus, farms, because there it's citrus, it's bananas. We don't have access, to those. Never mind, apples. They all come from Western Cape. As a black market agent, forget about, convincing, farmers from the Western Cape to basically supply you with apples. So you literally don't have a presence in two halls, which is the potato and onion and the fruit. And then in the veggies, you are relegated to, selling your cabbage, your spinach, and maybe, sporadic supply of tomatoes here and there. But the quality is not consistent, the volumes are very, minute. So it's very, 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 very difficult. So those are the factors.
Sure, but I mean, if you're looking at it, you've really got a small licensing fee and the training that you've got to conduct or at least undergo, and maybe some sort of office expenses and those type of things. But you mentioned R500,000. What else do you need from government in terms of training, or what is lacking there that you guys, because it seems like there's a very, very lucrative market on the other side, and you would expect there to be a lot of entry into this market unless you are seeing structural barriers or significant sort of capital expenditure that is maybe deterring entry into that market.
Thank you. Look, it's a It's a number of things. I mean, I'll give you an example. Not many people know about this channel, how it works. At least that is from my experience. We haven't had a concerted effort as a country to go on a drive and market the fresh produce as a channel to a lot of farmers. Indeed, one of the said, occurrences that you'll have a farmer who basically takes pension and he's got about 20 hectares. They produce and then they harvest the product, good quality stuff, and then they will send the truck to the market. And then the driver will arrive at the gate and say, I'm here to deliver the product. And they say, to which agency? The driver says, I don't know. My boss just said I must load the truck and bring it to the market. So in that instance, that particular farmer will be at the mercy of the staff at the market who will say, okay, I will divert this consignment to that agent. So it's like a roll of the dice. The product arrives at that particular market agent who will be the lucky recipient of stock that you're not expecting. It's good quality stuff, they sell. Once they sell the product, the market will take its 5% and the agent will take his 7.5 or up to 7.5, and then the money gets stuck in the agent's trust account because they don't have the farmer's detail, right? And then the law says that in terms of APEC, all funds that are not, paid to the, producer, they get appropriated by APEC as the authority. And then you go on a drive as a black market agent. You visit, some farmers say, in Limpopo. You say, no, I'm Gilbert, market agent. Say, hey, don't tell me about the market. I sent my product there, not even a cent. You say, when? How? They said, no, please. I'm happy selling from the farm gate because, you guys, you are a scam. Why? Because of no effort was made to go out and educate at least, black farmers that, once you produce, you've got this channel. It's owned by government, basically, and by law, it's, bound to, receive or accept products from any farmer and sell on your behalf. It's the cheapest channel you can ever use. Nobody has ever done that. To explain to them the process, you need to establish a relationship with a market agent, know them, sign an agreement with them, agree on the commission that the agent will charge you, agree on payment terms, don't just load a truck and send them. Unfortunately, we've got hundreds of farmers that basically, have burned their fingers. As a result, they have no interest, none whatsoever, in wanting to ever, use the channel because of, the experience, was bad. And who's to blame for that? I would say the entire industry. One, government in terms of, awareness. Unfortunately, I've learned that, we used to have what we call extension officers. At least they were the people that were responsible for advising the farmers in terms of production, but then I'm told that, the number of extension officers over the years, have been, reduced. But it's when you interact with some of these extension officers, they are basically qualified agronomists. They know nothing about the market. They basically provide advisory service in terms of how to produce, when to produce, the best quality. But in terms of what to do with the product, once the product is ready, they don't know. So there is that gap. We've got a body called the SA Union of Food Market. I was one of the co-founders of this particular body. It's basically a body that represents CEOs of all national fresh produce markets in the country. That body, in my view, has failed to go out and market, national fresh produce market as a channel, at least, to the stakeholders in the main, to the farmers, that, you've got this channel, this is how it operates, and then if, by the way, you have a grievance, there's APEC. You can basically take up your issue with the market authorities. If you don't get satisfaction, you raise the issue with APEC. And if it's got to do, with the market agent, having, done you wrong, they've got a trust account, will dip into the trust account and basically, pay you whatever, whatever that you feel that, is due to you, and then you will dock that particular agent. They are not aware. It's information that is known only by a few. So until we address, those, you will continue having, problems. Two is that we haven't seen, development of at least new markets in the past, 40 years. As I've said, the bulk of these 16 markets were built almost 40 years ago. Population has since grown. I think we've added extra 20 million people. You go to a place like, Limpopo. Until recently, it did not have a market. I know that there's a market now in Muketsi, that was established, and it's doing, roaring trade. You got the entire province that does not have a market, and yet people there consume, these things. And if anything, you've got other places that used to have markets, falling off. So there's no, consistency until you basically, address that. I mean, we are seeing more developments in every township. It's because of, population has grown, people need these things, and they continue to make money. But you're talking of food, you're not seeing, as much concerted effort to basically, roll out, more fresh produce market channels to basically, make food accessible, to the consumers, but also provide, an alternative channel for, the farmers to basically go sell their products. So the challenge now is that, the bulk of what is sold here in Gauteng, which is a consumption hub, by the way, comes from, some 500, 600 kilometers, away. So it basically means that, you'll always have a challenge. Like, for instance, he'll tell you there are instances where a farmer will go and produce 20,000, heads of cabbage. He's in Vembe, Limpopo. And we say to him, Chief, you're going to make a loss. Because to load cabbage, even on a truck, depending on the price, they are too bulky. So those type of crops, in our view, they are more suited to somebody who's much closer to where consumption, because they don't have to spend a lot of money on transport. There you can only load so much, but then ultimately when it arrives at the market, market force of supply and demand determine the price, and you may work at a loss. That's why if the farmer was based, some 70 kilometers from Joburg, they'll be able to make profit. But then because they didn't get that advice, at the beginning, they lose money, and therefore they lose interest. By the time you approach them to say that, have you thought of using this channel? They say, hey, don't tell me about the channel.
Doesn't that present an opportunity for market agents to go out and develop these relationships and build that trust? Because what you're just saying now, I mean, that's really what it's all based on. And I mean, it creates awareness for the markets and awareness for the business that you guys, or the services that you offer. I mean, what is happening there? Why is that not happening?
We are doing it, but the reality is that you have to look at the scale at which also they are producing. It's very small. Collectively, yes, they produce a lot, but then they are doing 2 hectares here. That one is doing 1 hectare, and all that. And then you've got the transport, factor. Limpopo is far, which is where the bulk of what is sold in these markets, come from. So it creates those challenges. Yes, an opportunity, much is a challenge, but also bearing in mind that, we are already not making money because of, we don't have this product. So when you go out there to recruit these farmers, it's extra cost that you are incurring, as a market agent and a black market agent, So this way we're saying if we could have support from government, it will go a long way, to help us, address, those issues. So it's a multiple, things. You cannot do it just as market agent without the support of government, at least at, provincial or even, at local, level.
Thank you. I think let's move on to floor space allocation. You did mention that there was some space that is currently unused. But maybe just explain to us, how important floor allocation space is to market agents, and whether and the impacts of the floor space allocation, or how that impacts market agents to compete.
Thanks. Floor space is a currency at the market. I mean, you can get floor space at a dead, location within the market. Otherwise, you're not going to make as much money, because the idea is to have a floor space where, there's lots of traffic, in terms of movement. 2 is in terms of size. Whereas the bigger the size, the more, produce you are able to, have on the floor and be able to display. Because this industry thrives on one key factor. We call it the heap factor. The bigger the heap, the perception is that, here it's like somebody selling, apples on the side of the road on plastic plates, chances are that you'll just probably maybe attract the passers-by. But if you put 2 pallets of apples, motorists stop because they say, hey, that guy's got back. Chances are that I'll get a better discount, the quality and all that. So people tend to associate, those things, to what you call the heap factor. So you can afford to have a bigger heap factor if you've got a floor space. Unfortunately, in our case, we're not even able to capitalize on that because we don't have the heap from the farmer. The heap is a factor of farmers being able to supply you, with the product. So yeah, it basically got to do, with the space at which you're allocated. Is it an area that has got higher volume, of passers-by? 2 is the size. So unfortunately, the market have got a rule, because they are running a business, to say that you use it or you lose it. We cannot have space allocated for you and you don't use it. We might as well allocate it to another market, because the space currency, given that not much has been done to develop or to expand the floor space. And you've got these areas that are growing bigger, and then they're looking for more space. But then the markets are saying, look, we have an imperative to ensure that there's transformation. So you've got those competing, factors, and they end up saying that, no, look, but you've allocated this space, you're not using. You might as well give it to this guy. When you are ready, you want it. I'm sure you can get it, back. But
so what are your views on the floor allocation formulas being applied? Are they working currently? Is there space for new entrants? Space reserved for new entrants? How do you get more space?
There's a lot of space in markets that are not performing well. You can almost go there, walk in anytime, and then you'll get I'll give you an example. We've got Umtata market, built to the tune of 36 million. It's closed today. There's no market in Umtata because there's no market agents, able to operate there, owing to the distance and the transport logistics and all that. And it's affecting food security now in Umtata as we speak, because people there are now forced to rely on your retailers to buy fresh produce. If you go to Umtata, the level of informal trading activity is almost non-existent. In Joburg, it's unheard. Wherever you go, people that have lost their jobs, at least during COVID, it becomes like a default position. I've got 1,000 rand. I'll go to Joburg market. I'll grab potatoes, onion, and tomatoes. I'll stand by the side of the road. By close of business, you've made 1,000, and it becomes your alternative, form of, income. People in other areas don't have those opportunities, because the market, is closed. So. But you come to places like Joburg and so on, it's a currency, because almost every agency wants to, get a space there. Why? Because of Gauteng is the foremost consumption hub for fresh produce, in the country. So the demand is here in Joburg and Tshwane the most. If you go to other markets on the outskirts, yeah.
But on those 2 particular markets, Tshwane and Joburg, I mean, is there issues around allocation, floor space allocation?
Oh, there is. A Joburg, I know there is. Big, issue on floor space, allocation. Every now and then, if they have to introduce a new black market agent or a market agent, it means that somebody must lose their space. Isn't it that somebody once said, no, but let me not say that. But the point I'm trying to make is that not much has gone into, building or extending the current, capacity, that the markets, have. So, and every year there's a need to basically, maybe transform or rejig the floor, but you only got so much limited space. And if I'm a market agent and I'm performing well, you'll have difficulty basically also making a decision as to why you have to reduce my space in favor of somebody that is not proven, that is failing you. Because at the end of the day, as the market also, you want to run a profitable organization. So I think they are caught between a rock and a hard surface in terms of there's an imperative for transformation in terms of introducing new agencies, but equally so, how do you do it in a way that, you don't penalize the existing, players, because they need, extra space. In fact, they are delivering already, and the reason why you are able to meet your target, turnover targets because of the very same guys. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge.
But you wouldn't say it's an hindrance to new entry for specifically HDI agents now? There does seem to be floor space allocated for new entrants. Okay.
I don't think it's a hindrance as such.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I think you mentioned a little bit earlier that white farmers and agents are still operating across racial lines. And there is a pack in front of you, and maybe I can refer you quickly to page, it's paginated page 107. It's paragraph 1.4, and there's the second bullet point. Yeah.
107?
Yeah, the second bullet point under paragraph 1.5.
Yes.
So you said that black market agents are struggling to break racial patterns in the industry where elite commercial farmers continue their long historical relationship with established white agents and are unwilling to supply black market agents with produce. So maybe explain to us how this is happening, and if you can, maybe provide examples of instances where your members have been approached, or where your members approached any farmer or producer with a proposal to sell produce on their behalf, and they were refused. Because that's essentially what you're saying there.
It's a fact. I mean, I'm going to make mention of this. Because, as I've indicated, I was the chairperson of the subcommittee on transformation within the Project Rebirth, program that the Department of Agriculture had initiated, at the time. And one of the things we'll do is to hold, roving meetings across the country. And one of the meetings that we did was with ZZ2 in their offices in Mukezi. And we presented, our findings to them as a subcommittee and highlighted the challenges. And I made a proposal to say that, one of the things that we're looking at is to have, these big commercial farmers at least introduce a sub-brand. We understand that it will create a challenge, for instance, if, in this instance, ZZ2 is selling their tomatoes through RSA, and there's a long-established relationship, and RSA is delivering for ZZ2. And for suddenly RSA to see their ZZ2 tomatoes sold at Katu Fresh, then you go like, but what have I done wrong now that you are diverting these products? Because then I thought I've got exclusivity in terms of the arrangement that we have, that you only sell through this agency. So we are saying to the extent that that particular proposition will create challenges, then create a sub-brand. Divert 2% of what your production to these black market agents. Let's create a brand that we call Namibia. But for all we know, good intents and purposes, that it's a product that comes from a commercial farmer. It's good quality product. Yes, it will compete with your established brand, but ultimately the money goes to one kitty. But at least it will have helped to address the issue of access, to products for market agents, at National Fresh Produce Market. Unfortunately, they were never given a chance to respond, because one of our BE members quickly came to the defense, and then they never got to respond to that particular, proposition. So we never pursued it as well, but safe to say that, such initiative is not been received with enthusiasm, at least from what we have observed. But yes, we have tried, but then it remains a challenge.
I mean, it's a sort of a free market system. I mean, is there anything preventing you as a new market entrant to say, going to a ZZ2, for instance, and saying, look, this is my value proposition. I'm prepared to offer you a discount to whatever everyone else is offering. These are my sort of non-price, value adds, and somebody has turned around and said, no, well, we're not going to deal with you. We refuse to deal with you. in line with what you've said along, the sort of racial lines, I mean, has that ever happened? Because what you're saying now is a little bit different.
No, no. I don't know if you've done that. Yeah, he just basically shared with me a scenario where one of the business that they've managed to source is from a project called, is it Food Bank? The feeding scheme. It required that they supply bananas and oranges. So they approached one of the big, producers to say that, we've got these orders. Can you, or you actually secured this business? Are you able to supply us with these commodities? And by the way, we're not saying do us a favor. You're not saying you want to pay less. You're saying that we'll basically sell the product almost on par with. And the guy said no. Go to this market agent so and so at the market, and then that's where you'll get my product. I'm not interested. So at least in this instance, he's able to share with you those details of who the farmer was, if should that information be required. So yes. But over time you realize that you cannot be backing the same tree because you are getting the same results. So you might as well maybe go and focus your efforts elsewhere, which is just to try and develop your own database of farmers and grow with them. It's not easy, it's difficult, and it's tedious, but yeah, that's the only solution or alternative for now.
Thank you. So I think you did touch on a little bit earlier the challenges that are faced by small-scale growers in selling their produce on the NFPMs. In your view, what advice can be given to small-scale farmers or growers in selling their produce on the NFPMs, given your experience at that level?
What is there? Sorry,
So I'm asking, what advice do you have for small-scale growers? Like you mentioned earlier about the cabbages, in getting their produce on the NFPMs and getting a good price.
My advice will be that before they sink their money onto the ground, obviously they need to, seek advice in terms of what products, to focus, on, Unfortunately, in the industry, you are seeing, a lot of speculators. Somebody just hear that, beans are fetching a higher price at the market, and you have the entire region now, group of farmers sinking their money into growing beans. They all harvest at the same time, and the word spread to other provinces and other areas. You've got a whole lot of farmers that are doing beans, for that particular 3 or 6 months. They harvest, they all take products to the market. The market gets flooded with the products, and then the price drops, and they all burn their fingers. Two is the issue of consistency. You see, it's key. In this industry, price will always go up, price can go down, price can remain constant. So it's like in a stock exchange, market. But farmers that make money ultimately are those that are consistently, constantly have a presence on the floor. When the price is up, they are benefiting from the upswing. When the price is low, they are taking a knock. But also what that does is that it creates, some form of loyalty, at least, from a buyer's point of view. I come today, I buy Namibia, bananas, take them to my store, my clients like them. The following day, I'm not going to bother going to check, for other brands, right? I go for that particular brand, I'll negotiate for a better price. Even better if the market agent, has consistent, supply or availability of that product, because it helps me at the end, that when my clients come, they want to buy the same. So if I come to you today, I buy and it's not there, the following day it's there, I'll tend to go to a market agent that has got, consistent supply of that. So our farmers are struggling, one, in terms of, the scale of production. It's a key fact. Two, others have learned, but then they don't have, water rights, or at least enough to basically, increase their scale of, production. Three, you've got the issue of, pack house. It's key. because you are able to do the grading, the sorting, at the farm. Marketing also play a very crucial role. I mean, I've seen, black farmers that are able to do, best tomatoes, but owing to lack of capital or other factors, they pack them in a crate, they bring them to the market. The product is quality, but it's not graded. So therefore, the product doesn't fetch as good price as it would, a product that is graded, that is packed, in a proper, box and all that. So, but all those things are upfront investment that as a farmer you have to make. You have to pay for your production cost. That includes labor, and then you have to do the sorting, grading, the marketing, the packaging, and all those things, and take this product to the market. Transport logistics, is key. So a lot of them rely on third-party transport logistics. I mean, you have instances where you harvest the product and it's ready, and the transporter is supposed to come. You make an appointment with the transporter to come and collect, and he doesn't pitch up. He doesn't pitch up. It's Monday. He only pitches up the following day at 4. The product has been sitting there for over 24 hours. It arrives at the market. It's Wednesday. The product was harvested Sunday. So clearly, it's almost towards the end of its shelf life. And the market is a very unforgiving environment because you've got buyers. What buyers want is a good quality product. They don't want stories that, does it come from a black farmer, does it come from a white farmer? They don't care. All they want is potatoes, onions, and then they basically match their needs, and that's it. So, but you've got a lot of, behind the scenes that are affecting, these guys because they don't have, these resources. They don't have a pack house. They don't own the transport. They rely on a third party, and the price, can be ridiculous. But also, their scale of production, doesn't allow for them to make sure that there's consistency of, stock availability at the market. And those are the things that works, against them. What will be the solution? It could be a system where, the market or the province or the municipality, goes to create a produce collection point where they build a pack house, that can be co-shared, by, farmers in the community, that there's transport logistics that is dedicated to basically serving, those farmers, that you have, your extension officers, being, involved on the day-to-day operation of those farms. And unless you address those issues there at the farm, you'll always have a problem. Because then it's everyone, for themselves.
So maybe just to pick up on one of the points you made, about sort of trends and like you say, speculating. But isn't that maybe an opportunity for the market agents, because you've got relationships with the buyers, you've also got visibility in terms of market trends and pricing and so on and so forth. Is there not an opportunity to beginning of the season, go and speak to your growers and say, look, this is and have that sort of planning throughout the year, so that you don't have these sort of hits and misses, because everybody benefits ultimately in that. And isn't that also part of the relationship and the trust that is formed between the market agent and the grower?
Sure, it is. And then where an opportunity arises, we do give, such, advice or share, the relevant information. But you're not always on the ground, and they receive a whole lot of other information, you could agree with a farmer that, let's, trial this thing, let's do so many hectares, of, this land focusing on this particular crop. And then you leave, and along comes somebody says, no, look, I'm from Pepperdew. We want to contract you to do so much peppers for us. We'll give you 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the farmer changes his mind. So, and then they bend their fingers, then they want to come to you. So it's one of those. You can only do so much, because ultimately you can't blame them. It's their money, they've got the right to decide how they basically, use it. Also, it's their land, but also to the extent that, they assume 100% of the risk, you can't basically force them, to do, certain things. But there are those that learn, that instead of just trying to be a jack of all trade, let me just focus on just one commodity, and master it. And then it will be my bread and butter. But then You have farmers that basically want to do cabbage, they want to do tomato, and then they want to do fruit farming, and so they're basically, all over. And then that's what also, creates, challenges, in terms of, lack of focus. So it's a myriad of, factors that we believe that as market agents were not able to address on our own, without the support from different, government structures.
Sorry, I just want to move on to another important point that you raised in your submission regarding PROCON and the sort of discrimination or unfair discrimination against black farmers when it comes to the grading of produce. Can you maybe just provide us with some explanation as to how that is done, and once again some examples as well, please?
As we've indicated, for us, we take it as a hearsay. We don't take it as a fact. I think that's what we stated it as such in the submission, that seemingly there's discrimination in terms of how the product, it's graded, to seemingly want to give it a lower grade, obviously, which will translate to a lower price. But we really do not have evidence, as such. Owing to the fact that not a lot of black farmers are producing potato, which is what currently PROCON is on in terms of grading of products. I think the grading of other commodities, I'm not sure how far that one is, if it's been implemented, but in the main, their presence at the markets was in terms of grading of potatoes. So we just had it as a hearsay in one of the forums, and given that we don't have a lot of black farmers that are producing potatoes on a high scale, we really never went to pursue it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But maybe if you can just touch in general terms on what the incentive for PROCON might be in this sort of unfair discriminatory practice against targeting these specific farmers.
Obviously, they will have to. You have to do a bit of education. You cannot just punish people. At the point where they're expecting to make sale. I believe that there should be a drive. To educate farmers, at least in their farms, to basically introduce yourself, your services, and what the farmer must do to ensure compliancy, to avoid protracted issues at the market when they expect to raise money or to basically realize a sale. And as I've indicated, farming is it's a hard thing. You've already incurred all this labor cost, production, and adverse weather, only to be told that your product is actually grade 3, not grade 1, that when you believe it to be. And you're not even there, remember, as a farmer, to argue your case. You're sitting at your farm, somebody grades this thing on the platform before it's made available for sale. So sure, it's bound to, create, challenges. So we believe that engagement, thorough engagement, with the farmers, at least in their production facility, it will help. Perhaps even maybe have this grading, happen at the farm, because you're able to address the issues there. But to do it at the market, it's almost like you are doing it arbitrarily, because the farmer is not there to basically argue his case. And in fact, he does not even have time, because you are talking of perishable products here. These things, you cannot be arguing for more than 20 minutes. These things must sell, they must go. So it's not like arguing over a bottle of water that has got, a 60, or even 6 months shelf life. This thing must go. So I believe that perhaps your PROCON, system will work better if this grading was to happen at the farm, because the issues get addressed there. By the time the product arrives at the market, it's ready for sale. That way, the farmer is able to correct, their ways. But where grading happens at the market, it's bound to create, challenges. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that's all from us. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Bowles. I'll ask Ruan Mare if he's got any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, Chair, I do have two follow-up questions and one new topic that I think is important we address. I think the first is just you've mentioned a couple of times about Project Rebirth. You've mentioned your role in that project. What you haven't mentioned is your experiences or your views on what went wrong with Project Rebirth. I mean, where is that project currently? And if it's failed or stagnated, what, in your view, are the reasons for that?
Thanks. The project stagnated and COVID came, and and a lot of things just fell under the radar. One of the things that the Project Rebirth was looking at, to save, this channel, was to basically consider taking away, the ownership of the market away from the local municipalities, establish a government body, which body basically, will take ownership of, the markets. However, consultation, I think, was done, with the legal fraternity. It requires changing of constitution, and so it's not easy to basically, just appropriate a structure that is owned by municipalities and want to basically, take it to level, to national level. Two is that you've got other markets like Joburg, you've got Tshwane, to an extent. They are doing very well. I mean, Joburg, I think, one of the biggest contributors to the revenue of the city of Johannesburg. I really don't see the city of Johannesburg agreeing to basically cede control and ownership of Joburg market, ever. If you're talking of an entity that basically turns over 36 million in 6 hours, and 5% of that, is what you are, getting as a local municipality, it's a lot of money. And it's working, and it continues to grow. So, owing to those issues, the project, I think, just sort of fell through. What I will request is that perhaps the Commission should consider roping in the department. I think they'll be better positioned to basically share their view, because a lot of extensive studies were done, a lot of consultations were done. And nothing came of it. And unfortunately, if we leave it as is, in few years' time, we run the risk of, having this, this channel, shrink even further. And my worry is that if you leave it to the private sector, you are going to have a problem, at the end. And I'll give you an example of what we noticed. I mean, we took a study tour of, the UK. They used to have almost similar arrangements in terms of markets in the past, but over time they allowed wholesalers, to basically creep in, and they've now become the biggest, players. So they've lost, that price, transparency, price formation, a platform. It's almost like in the meat industry. I like to give meat industry as an example, where there's no transparency. I slaughter, I value add, I decide what I'm going to sell at, take it or leave it. And the consumer, is none wiser in terms of whether they're paying, the right price for the product. It works for markets in Europe because of, they're still subsidizing their farmers. They can do it, it works for the US and all that. It doesn't work for South Africa, where, subsidies have fallen off completely. You are basically farming, producing from your own pocket. And therefore, if one, sector can simply decide, the price at which, to acquire your produce, it will be a recipe for disaster. Interestingly, the very same retailers that are intensifying direct sourcing, from retailers, they use fresh produce markets as a benchmark. So they use the price at the market to negotiate, to say that, I'll buy these things from you, and this is the price that I will pay you. But the price, they always benchmark from the price that that prevails at the time at the market. So can you imagine if you lose that, price formation element, then they will just simply decide. I'll give you an example. I went to meet the Pork SA for some other project that we were doing. And then the CEO there, he basically shared with us a very startling story. He says, no, look, we need something similar to what we have, in terms of national fresh produce market. Because in the meat industry, I'm a pork producer. I sell my carcass to a particular retailer. The retailer says, I'm paying you 15 rand for this, per kg for this carcass. I take the price. But then I visit the retailer and I find that they are selling, the very same, cut for 80 rand. And I see they haven't done any value adding. They just took it as is, put it on their shelf, 70 rand. People are buying. He says, no, I want somebody to explain to me the difference between that 15 bucks that they paid me and the 70 bucks that they are charging, the consumer. Nobody can explain. But in the absence of an alternative channel for us as meat, growers to basically sell our product, the retailer is king. And they basically will keep pocketing, but it hasn't been the case with fresh produce. Why? And I always say it's because of this particular channel. You and I can still afford to buy potato today. You and I can still afford to buy tomatoes, and hopefully our children will continue to buy because of, these markets. There's a bit of transparency. Yes, it can be argued is how transparent, but it's better, than nothing, at all. Hence, our plea that all must be done to try to preserve, this particular channel, if we are continue to become, a food secure, a country.
Thank you, Mr. Mawasha. And I think something that we haven't spoken about, but obviously what the Commission is interested in is distortions that are being created by, or distortions that are present in the market. And I think there's the role of wholesalers. It's a topic that you cover in your submissions, but it's not something we've discussed. Perhaps if you can just talk about the sort of difference in approach between the Tshwane and Johannesburg markets and, in your view, the sort of distortions that are being created by that different approach in those two areas.
Thanks. The distortion comes about in that when a product gets, delivered to the market from the farm, it goes through what we call consignment control. So it's basically the market authorities receiving the product. As a farmer, you've delivered 100, pallets of this particular commodity. We can account for it. It's in our system. And then the truck, is allowed to basically go and deliver the product to a particular market agent that is contracted, to the farmer. You've got wholesale players at Joburg market. I'll give you an example. You've got that basically business people that came, rented space. They go to the floor every day. They buy products. They come set up within the same, premises, but outside of the trade, commission trade hall. They sell products for cash. They are allowed to operate from 5 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, whereas, the market operations in terms of commission, they are compressed, up to, 11. So what is happening at Joburg is that the wholesalers, they are treated as a support functionary of the market. They are not competing with the market, commission, because they buy on the floor. They are not allowed to basically, bring in consignment directly, from farmers. So they are in support of the, this particular, system, or channel. And they serve a very, particular role in terms of, the segment that they are serving. It's somebody that does not have any interest in wanting to go and negotiate and buy in the trade hall, or somebody that basically wants to also have access to products beyond the market's operating hours. But what we observed, in Tshwane, and I think they'll be better suited to come and speak, for themselves, is that, you've got some wholesalers that are basically allowed to bring in products directly from the farm and then sell within the market premises. Our view is that it distorts, the price formation, for the market, because then people choose to either go, buy on the floor or to go buy from the wholesaler, That, for me, it's a problem because it usurps the power of, the markets, as a, price recovery, a platform. And hence we feel that, it had to be looked at. It's said that, we've had talks that Another market, is trying to almost copy the same model, despite the disaster that, we're seeing, in Swan. And I'll call it a disaster because of when I was working for the Joburg market, part of my responsibility is to track, the competition, and our closest competition was Swan. At the time, Joburg was half the size of Swan in terms of turnover. So if Joburg turns over 800 million, Swan will be at 400. The gap has since widened. And it cannot be, because you always have to look at the population, Swan has got a lot of townships. You've got your, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, Garankuwa, and all those things. Yes, Joburg is growing in terms of your Protea and then other, areas. And they're probably growing almost at the same rate. But this one is like, it's basically, taken off like a Ferrari, whereas this one is sort of, stagnated. Our view is that, we can actually attribute, the loss to the fact that, it's basically being, eaten from within. And if we are to preserve, this particular channel, I believe that, it's something that is worth, looking at to prohibit, such acts. If you want to be a wholesaler, go set up a wholesaler outside of the market. Allow the market, to basically, do what it's supposed to do. You cannot become a competition, within the market. So the fact that it's being allowed, obviously, it's a challenge. For us, we raised it because of, we are saying we've got the members of CPMA in Swan. As is, we are battling to basically survive. And we can really, do without any further competition, and then we raise it, from that, perspective, to say that, it's a challenge. To the extent that, they are buying on the floor 100%, we don't have a problem. But if they are bringing product from outside, we cannot be competing with established market agents and also be facing competition that, authorities are allowing to thrive, on the market, and nothing is done. So it was basically on that basis that, we raised the issue. Thank you.
I see. So just to clarify, it's essentially a system where in Tshwane, the market agents, the trade floor are bypassed, but in Joburg, the trading still has to proceed through the trade floor.
Yeah, very much so. Joburg doesn't allow any wholesaler to bring products. You buy on the floor, you captured it very, very well.
And in terms of your observations, the pricing, this would apply then to Tshwane, the pricing between sort of the same produce in terms of grading, quality, that sort of thing, if you compare this as close as you can, like for like, the pricing differences between the wholesaler that's trading outside the trading floor and the prices that you obtain on the trading floor, how do they compare?
For me, the worrying thing is that the pricing is almost similar, and you also have a situation whereby products that you will expect to find on the trade floor not available on the trade floor at all, but available at the wholesale. So then it's a problem, because if I'm a trader and then I specialize in selling that particular product, clearly I'm not going to go to the trade floor. I'm going to procure from the wholesale. So it's a problem, and then I think that's what we know.
Thank you, Mr. Mawasha. Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Just, Mr. Mawasha, as we wrap this up, just on your submission, is it paragraph 36? I think it's 141 of what we, from our paginated document. Just understanding the price formation, because I think we've observed, I think there's a lot of price volatility in this space, and I think you do attribute some of these pricing dynamics to what happens at retail and what happens at the markets. Can you maybe expand on that submission?
Thank you, Chair. I think the point that we are making here is similar to the knowledge that I gave, with the meat industry. That if you go to the market at any given time, you are likely, for instance, if you go to the vegetable hall, in almost all the market agencies are in the vegetable hall, you are likely to find all of them having spinach and cabbage, for instance, from different farmers. So as a trader, you're able to walk through the hall and decide and negotiate the price and compare quality and the likes, and then be able to, decide, which, agent you're going to patronize based on the quality and the price that they have to offer. And that basically enables you to go and sell and then derive profit. However, with the retailers, remember the idea is that they want to buy at a very steep discount from the producer and go and sell at a profit. When you visit your Pick and Pay, your Checkers and all that, you don't negotiate. The price on the shelf is the price you pay. It's non-negotiable. Whereas the price at the market that prevails at that hour or moment is negotiable, depending on factors of supply and demand, but also the quality of what is available on the floor. Weather plays a very significant role, in terms of, determining, that. So there's no transparency in terms of how retailers arrive at a price. And I think I'll refer you back to the pork, analogy that I've just given you. Nobody can explain, not even to the pork, the farmer, as to why the product was bought at $15 per, kg, and it's sold at 70, and he's not able to explain. I'll give you also an example. One of the experience that I had when I was at the Joburg market some 7 years ago, we received a call from a commercial potato farmer. He was seething, he was angry, to say that I visited my local Spar. They are selling my potatoes at 120. Now, I've made a conscious decision that I'm not going to sell my products directly to any retailer. I'm taking my products to the market because I believe in this system. But explain to me that you guys, how is it that my product was sold for 40 bucks, 40 rand, but I visit my local retailer. Obviously, he trekked all the way to Joburg because he knows that I'm selling, and I've refused to sell, to him directly. He went there, he bought, but he's selling it at 120. Explain to me. I couldn't. And he was angry. He said, I've got the right. You guys must explain, what is happening. The consumer out there, they don't know better. They just see that the price is 120. They will buy. So there's a gap, and I don't know how we're going to address that. But at least here, you still have a market that can act as a form of a referral to say, but chief, it doesn't make sense. The prevailing price for potatoes, it's 40 rand, almost throughout the country. How is it that you are able to arrive at, 120? Because that's what feeds into inflation. It's what I call confiscatory, pricing, because they are basically confiscating money out of the consumer's pockets. So it's happening on a wide scale, in my view, in other sectors. The reason why it's not as rampant in the horticultural sector is because of the markets. You can still go there and check that price per ton is 7,000 at the market, and therefore it doesn't justify you selling it at 12,000 per ton. At most you can add 1,000. It makes sense. So, but you don't have other form of checks and balances in other sectors of the economy. Only in the horticultural sector. Hence our plea to say that let's try to save this particular channel because it will benefit us at the end. So that's basically what we're trying to.
So maybe from your experience, so because I think we will obviously have to look at this. So when you see the prices that are prevailing at retail in informal channels, so because these are not also very transparent prices, so we don't really, I think, need to dig deeper to understand exactly, what those prices are as you compare them with those at formal retail. Have you made any of those observations just to track how the products are performing at retail? So when you compare the informal channel as well as the formal channels.
Thank you, Chair. No, we haven't, because we realized that, fortunately in this horticultural sector, as I've indicated, you've got a very huge growing segment of informal traders that I've said they now, according to the Freshmark stats, that they account for almost 40% of that 22.6 billion turnover. They are all over. You could be a retailer located here and the guy is outside selling tomatoes. Tomatoes are tomatoes. So they basically help to keep the retailers, on check. Because as a retailer, you will not want to sell the product at 20 times the price when you know that outside here there's somebody basically selling the same, product. But by the way, you're selling a very perishable product, and therefore you don't have the luxury of keeping it no longer. You basically want it, to turn over, very quick. So that basically helps them to keep in check. And what enables that is the market. Because here you've got a sector where you can go to a single place and be able to access the widest variety of products that you believe, will sell better in your community. Without the markets, you are almost condemning the public, to be, exploited by the retailers, because there's nothing to do, to do the counterbalancing. They are the only channel where people can acquire, certain commodities. So we almost haven't done that, owing to the fact that, there's competition. It's rife, and therefore they are also cognizant that, they don't necessarily, overcharge. And I think the fact that, they are selling perishable products contributes, because you don't want this thing to still be sitting on your shelf, 3 days later, after having procured it. So you want basically, for it, to sell quicker. So it's a combination of factors. So to answer your question directly, no, we haven't, undertaken, the exercise of, double checking, if what they are charging vis-a-vis what they are paying at the market, if there's a balance, but our view is that, what consumers are paying here in Gauteng, at least from our observation, is that, it's relatively, reasonable compared to, consumers, for instance, in areas like your Umtata, where, everybody is forced to procure, strictly from retailer. There is no, alternative channels where people can go and access, these products. So in that instance, the retailer is key. The price they put on the commodities, the price that you pay, and you can't, negotiate.
No, thank you for that. So just maybe one last point on transformation and barriers to entry. I think this is what you cover in, I think it's 1.5. I think we've paginated it as 108. Because I think I just want to understand, because just the population of agents, because I think you have raised this issue about the top selling products, that there are no black agents participating there, and I think you have explained this, but I just want for you to share a bit more, because I think we just need to understand if are the instances where you're approaching farmers, you get maybe rejected in writing. Is there any information? Is there any information that you can provide us to show that you have been denied access to these products? Or is there anything that you can point this inquiry to look at, particularly on issues of access to market? Especially, I think you've mentioned a few. Is it potato, onions, bananas, and tomatoes? tomatoes, I think. And I think you did explain a bit on tomatoes, but it just ended. You did not really. I still don't understand why you can't get products from ZZ2. That's, I'm still unclear there.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. No, we don't have anything in writing. What happens, remember, I mean, ordinarily you'll just visit, Derek, for instance, is a farmer, is producing, bananas. Derek, we are a market agent, Katu Fresh is the name, trading at Joburg Market, and we've got ample floor space. This is the history, this is our documentation to prove that, we are accredited, we've got the license, we've got floor space, we want to basically, be your agent for bananas, and Derek says, look, sorry guys, I'm selling my bananas through Harding, market agency at Joburg. I'm not interested. And so far, I'm happy. I've been dealing with Harding for pretty much the past, 10, 20 years. In fact, I'm the 5th generation in this family, of, selling our products through Harding. And we never have any reason to basically, to change and supply any other, agent. Sorry, but yeah, good luck. We cannot say, Derek, please give it in writing that you are refusing. He says, no, but I'm not obliged. This is my product, ultimately. It's a free market economy. You remember that if you guys, I supply you with these bananas and they don't sell, I take 100%, risk. So I'm not interested, you want my product, go to Harding agency, you can buy from them, that's fine. Out. So it's the experience, you can't force somebody to basically, consign products, to you. Ultimately, it's the situation that we find, ourselves in. And I don't think there's much that you can change, safe to say that you enact a law that basically, forces them to do that. How, I really, don't know. So it's the conundrum that that we are facing. So over time, I mean, it is said that madness is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Over time, said that, no, look, it's not worth it. Perhaps it's best if you go to Mr. Apane there, because that is doing, these bananas. It's a 5 hectare, but I'm sure if given, enough support, every year maybe you can, add extra, hectare, and maybe in 10 years you'll be sitting at 100 hectares. At least we are getting somewhere. The little that is able to supply, we are able to do business. And the point that we always like to make is that while we are sitting here and talking about this thing, people are consuming. These things are needed consistently. People want to buy these things, right? So sometimes you don't have time. So better the little that you have, than nothing, at all. Unfortunately, when it comes to big buyers, when they come to market, like you got a client from Botswana, when they come there, they'll tell you that, no, look, I like this thing. I need 10 pallets of these bananas. Mr. Apane can only, supply, 1 pallet a week, because in line with the scale of production, it doesn't take you anywhere. The guy says, when I am not serious, let me go to this other agent that will basically give me what I need. So you've got, those, dynamics, but at the same time, you have this big retailer that will go to Mr. Apane and say, Chief, we say, you can produce good quality, but you don't have access to capital. Here is money. Yes, man, we're going to expand this operation. We're going to turn it into 100, hectare, banana production, but you only supply us. Guess what? He takes the money, and he gets, contracted to deliver for that retailer. So we have even the little that we have, and I think it said in the Bible that those that have shall have more. Those that don't have shall have the little that they have taken away. So the 1 pallet that we're getting from him, it's even taken away. Where does it go? It goes directly to the retailers. So because the retailer now has secured supply of bananas from him, they don't need to send their truck to the market, right? That's why, volumes that get diverted to the market, basically, it drops. But because the retailer, managed to get the price for next to nothing from Mr. Apan, they still sell it at a price as if they collected it at the market. So their margins are much, better, more improved and all that. So that's what, they are doing. And I'll share with you an experience that, and I think this is the last point I'll make. One of the big potato growers in the country, he said to me, dealing with retailers is a pain. Why? Because I receive a call to say that we need you to go and deliver 200 pallets of your potatoes at our house tomorrow. And by the way, we are taking it at this price, and we've already printed brochures for insertion in newspapers. It's based on the assumption that now you will deliver. So if you can't deliver, please tell us so that we can bring this other one to replace you. But that once it gets to that, then you are out. He says, no, I'm forced to basically do that because of we are farming on large scale. You don't want to also take a chance of sending everything that you have to the markets. If another one comes with an alternative channel, you really want to have exposure, in that, as well. So those are the dynamics, in the industry. So we're facing multiple, challenges, from retailers, lack of transformation at the market, lack of access to capital for small-scale farmers that are supplying us, the issue of logistics, and a whole lot of other myriad, factors.
Thank you for that. I think it's just to really contextualize your submission, understand this, because it doesn't seem though as if it's a lack of product out there, but you have space in the markets. You're saying some of the farmers complain about the other channels, but yet you cannot access the product. And this is one thing maybe that you can maybe just your final thoughts on this, just to explain this. What is there a problem, a capacity issue, say with black agents, or credibility? I think you touched on credibility earlier. So what is the issue? Because it doesn't seem to me, yes, the statistics are here, but what is that challenge that you think maybe this inquiry can unlock? Is it the quality of the market? But there is product going through there as we speak. So I think this is just to understand what if we are to consider some practical solutions to unlock this constraint, which could have hopefully some measure of transformative measure in the market.
Thanks, Chair. I guess like BEE, it didn't happen voluntarily. It had to be enacted into law to basically compel companies to transform, to say that if you don't transform, you're not in compliance, or these are the consequences. It will not have happened. I don't think it happened voluntarily. And I think similarly it applies in terms of fresh produce. It's not going to happen voluntarily. And I'm not advocating that it should be forced onto people to basically, allocate a certain portion of their products to black market agents, because I don't believe in begging. But at the same time, something must give. The reality of the matter is that in this business, normally when you find, a farmer and establish a good rapport, you will want to be the sole, agent for that particular farmer. You will not want to share. Why? Because of it creates a challenge, I guess, in that if you're gonna supply your commodity to 4 different farmers or market agents at the market, different volumes, you are going to have a distorted picture, because he will sell your product at a particular price for that particular buyer, because the buyer will come to him, assuming you've allocated 4 pallets to him, 5 pallets to that one, 10 pallets to the other. But then the buyer comes and says, I'm taking the entire 4 pallets, but I'm also taking these other commodities. So he is able to negotiate a better price for him. But as a farmer, when you receive the sales report, you've given this guy 4 pallets, but of the 4, he's the one that sold the product at a lower price than the one that you allocated 10 pallets to. But you will not be privy to the reasons why. The reasons because the buyer, when the buyer came, he took the 4 pallets plus 20 other products, from the same agent, but that are different to what, as a farmer, you are supplying. So then, as a farmer, you're going to sit and say, but then do I continue using this guy, given that I got less than the price that this one sold my product at? In fact, I might as well consolidate all my, sales with this particular agent, because of the 4 is the one that gave me a better, price. So, and then you will not want to entertain any other market agent that may want to come and convince you otherwise. Again, the issue of the product that you are selling being a highly, highly perishable product. You don't have time, you want to send it to the market and get your money. You don't want to hear stories, because once, the product is not sold, it gets destroyed. And with it, the cost that went into it, the boxes that you will have paid for and all that. So farmers don't really want to, take a chance. At least this is from my, layman's, reading of the situation. So the only way could be that, yes, maybe this has to be legislated, but then you are forcing them. It's not voluntarily, so I don't know how it will come out, on the other hand. It might create more acrimony, I don't know. So, but it's something that, needs to be looked at, carefully. Hence, as a CBMA, we are advocating for development of farmers that have proven, to have experience, that have learned, that have skills, but that do not have capital. We said, find ways to basically assist them to access, capital, help, to improve, their scale of production, and let's grow, from there. We believe, that could be a better, option. So if big commercial farmers choose to divert a portion of their product to, help, in the transformation of the sector, I believe it should be voluntarily more than anything, because then, you're able to draw and grow the relationship better than if it is legislated. I don't know. So I'll be very, very honest there and say, we really don't know. Again, they send these products to you, and for circumstances beyond your control, you're not able to sell, and the product gets destroyed. Then the very same farmer will not be happy, and it will not have anything to do with your competency. It could be other factors, like market getting flooded and all that. So it's a whole lot of other issues. And I know that there are other agents that basically commit to a farmer that I'll sell 100% of what you send to me, and whatever loss that we incur, I will cover it from my pocket. So as a farmer, it's the best incentive to say that, they're 100% of what I sent. Are you able to give me the same guarantees? We can't. We don't have deep pockets.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. Just maybe one last point. I think you're talking about waste, right? And I didn't see. Because I think, just to understand, so is there any information that's recorded anywhere where we can see the losses? So for whatever reason, that product's getting destroyed. So in the Joburg market, this is X that is getting destroyed because it's not being sold, or it's allocated to, agents that have not performed, that well. So do you have some idea? Because I just asked this on the credibility question, So who sort of causes distraction the most? So which channel is probably the least efficient?
There's a report compiled by Tshwane Market on behalf of all the 16 markets. So all markets are obliged to submit their statistics to Tshwane Market, who basically collect the information on behalf of the industry and share or disseminate the information monthly to stakeholders. The report basically, showcases the turnover by market, including the volume, the price per ton, for that particular month. It also gives a detailed, a breakdown of the 4 major commodities in terms of, individual, sales, including a grouping of the balance. So it will say in the fruit, I think they only show us the banana, and the rest will be the rest of the fruits. In the vegetable, it will be the top 3, vegetables, and then they'll also amalgamate the rest of the others. The very same report monthly, it shows, the waste at the market, by market. So you will be able to see that Joburg market, the waste for that particular month was 1%. For Tshwane, it was 1.5, percent. I would imagine the system is sophisticated enough to drill down and basically, identify, the market agent, from whom, the product, was taken for destroyers. Because before the product is destroyed or condemned for waste, the farmer must be, consulted. You cannot just, remember we said, it's the property of the farmer. So if you say, Chief, the product is not being sold, the farmer needs to give consent for his product to be destroyed. You just don't do it arbitrarily. And some farmers ask for evidence. They need to be, sent pictures. And of course, the market agents will have to explain as to why, the product, couldn't be sold. And then this is what will make you retain, the farmer, for instance. So yeah, that information, is available, but I'm sure it can be drilled down to, commodities, by market agents, and the likes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mawasha. Unless if you have anything you would like to share with the inquiry, otherwise we'll excuse you. But
thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We've got nothing further to share.
well, thank you very much for your time. You are excused. Thank you. Shall we take maybe 5-10 minutes, 10 minutes, just so that we can have the next one coming through? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Press, you comes ready to speak.
Yeah. We resume with our session. We now call Mr. Albert Lamley, who's directing sales for DEPA. Mr. Bowles, over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and apologies for running a little bit over time, but you know how these things go. First of all, thank you for coming through. We do appreciate it. Maybe just for the record, can you please just state your full names and designation for the record.
Peter William Fraser, Manager and Sales, Dapper Agencies, Johannesburg Market.
And I'm Albert Lumley, a Director at Dapper Agencies and a salesman. And as a matter of interest, Dapper Agencies is the oldest agency on the market. We've been going for 70 years. And I myself have been there for 45 years. So I've got a lot of experience. I think I know what's happening. So I'd love questions at the end of what we have to say, and we'll answer anything we can.
Thank you, Mr. Lumley. Yeah. Before we start, there is an oath and affirmation in front of you. Firstly, we'd just like to ask if you have any objections to taking the oath.
Not at all.
And then if you can, please, just for the record again, just state your name and then read from the card.
Glasses, yeah.
Okay, no worries.
My name is Albert Lumley. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Lumley, sorry, you're going to have to do that again. Just push the red button every time, sorry. You can actually just leave it on.
Yeah,
Oh, leave it on, okay.
Okay, now you say.
My name is Albert Lumley. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Peter William Fraser. I swear the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. All right, maybe just in terms of housekeeping, I think the way we've divided the session up is we'll allow you some time up front, roughly sort of 30 minutes, just to tell us about what you do and maybe just some of your views on the particular market. And then the second session will be with us. We'll just ask you some questions that we've prepared and take you through that. All right?
Fine.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start. What I'd like to say is we deal with farmers, that's our business. And I'd like to stress the importance of the farming community in this country. Farmers are the backbone of any country. And we don't realize what a hard job it is to farm. It's the most difficult industry to get into in the country. They deal with all kinds of things, the weather, increasing prices. It's a very difficult business, and we've been dealing for many years, and we've seen farmers come and farmers go. Not all farmers make it. It's a very difficult industry. And I'll give an example that people are now asking why the potato price is so high. It's pure supply and demand. And farmers have said to me, if the price goes under 40 Rand, we stop producing, because then they are losing money. So it's such a difficult thing, and we've got to be aware of it because we are dealing with these farmers. So our role on the market, we must encourage farmers to supply the market, because the market's not the only avenue that they have now to supply their goods. They can supply anywhere, the chain stores. They can supply, and so we must convince those farmers to supply us agents on the market. And then on the market, on Joburg market, we've got 14 different agents. I have to convince that farmer to give to me, because I'll get him the best price that there is. At the same time, I must convince the buyer to buy from me, because he's getting the best price from me. And that, as a salesman on the market, is your job every single day. It's not one day you can relax. Every day you must know what's on the market, and you have to be able to be on top of your game. And like we talk about the Competitions Commission, the market is pure competition. There are 14 agents fighting every day over farmers. You slip up on a farmer one day, 3 agents are going to find him and tell him. So that it's pure competition. And not just that, you must remember, the farmer's got options now. especially in fruit. They can export, which they do first of all, because that's where they make most of their money, is on export market. Then they've got juicing options. So you must be able to give him a price that he's happy with to supply you on the market. And that's not easy. It's every single day, because they've got a juice price and they add up transport, commission. Is it worth their while supplying or not? It's not easy that things just arrive on the market. That we've got to really realize that. And then the importance of the market. A small farmer can enter the market. He's got a place where he can sell his goods, which is very important. The buyers, hawkers, they can come to the market, buy 100 bags of oranges, and go make themselves 500 rand. Easy entry. So that's why the market's really very, very important. And our role is to operate on that market. And that, Peter, what you want to add there?
Can you correct me? How long have we been on the market?
70 years Dapper now.
Dapper, been trading there 70 years. I've only been there 20 years. I come from a different environment totally. And when I got onto the market, it's a very, very dynamic workplace. It changes every day. We get any amount of people and any nationality of person comes to Johannesburg market. If you want to see how many foreigners are in the current country, you can come and look at Johannesburg. You'll find them there. There's plenty. And everyone in Johannesburg market comes there for a reason. They come there to make money, to feed their families, and it's dynamic. I cannot just sell to big businesses no more. We've got to retail. And retail is not easy. Where a person wants one box or a person wants 20 boxes, he's going to come to me and we're going to argue about a price. I'm going to have a price, but he says, listen, I can get it cheaper. And if I want to do the sale, I need those guys on my floor every single day. I believe at any given time, there's about 15,000 people walking onto that floor at any given time. And we got to be on top of our game every single day. I got to know exactly what's on the floor by each and every agent. I've got to go look. And I walk the floor every single morning. I walk the floor 3 o'clock in the morning. I walk the floor and I go look what is on the floor. What I've got, I know what I've got. How does my product compare to that man's product just down the road? Because if my product is a better product than him, I'm going to get a better price than him. And that's my job. My job is to get the best price for the farmer. But if I'm going to be outpriced outprice myself on the market, I'm not going to sell anything. I'm not going to sell anything because that guy is just going to walk past me and says, no, you're totally out. Sorry. I'm going to get the same product just on the road for 10 rand cheaper. The informal sector in Johannesburg market is of huge importance. They're huge. Say 20 years ago, your big buyers contributed about 50 to 60% of your business. That's gone. It's gone. Your informal sector represents about 65% of the market now. Your informal sector. Those are the peoples, your mamas, that come to the market, they buy to go sell on the street. Them. That's the important part now. Not your big buyers. It's gone. Those big buyers have got different options now. Pick and Pays, your Spars, they get direct. There are still the Pick and Pays, the small, the family stores, they are there still, but your informal sector is huge. When we talk about farmers, the informal sector, farming sector, I can remember clearly that it was so informal that they battled to get their stock into Johannesburg market. They battled because there's reasons for it. They didn't know how to pack. They didn't know what's the standards that the market should have, and the packing material, transport, which is the biggest problem they had, transport, to get it from their farm to the market. Since then, that sector has grown tremendously. We did a count on how many farmers how many producers we as an agency has got. We service about 3,265 different producers. Of that, if I'm not mistaken, 2,200 of them are informal sectors. Comes from the informal sector. 2,200, and that's small farmers that send 20 boxes, and now that used to send 20 boxes, and now sending 3,000 boxes. It's stuff that the people want on the floor, that people need on the floor, and it's just getting bigger. That informal sector, farming sector, is just getting bigger by the day. I'm trying to think, what else should I say? What else can I say about Johannesburg market, about DAPA agencies? We try and accommodate each and every farmer. I get phone calls every day from an informal farmer, or even from any farmer that's trying to get onto the market, and we assist them. We try to get them the PUC code for them to get into the Johannesburg market. We tell them the packaging. We school them. We school the people that don't know. And I've got staff on the floor that look especially after your informal farming sector. If I'm not mistaken, we've got about 14 black salesmen at the moment currently, or the let's say the previously disadvantaged salesmen. Now they're fully fledged salesmen on our floor, and they help us tremendously with, especially your informal sector farming. They need to contact them each and every day, every morning, and after sales, inform them what is sold, ensure that the payment goes through. So it's a very tough business, but it's dynamic. We cannot afford to lose a market like, or any of our regional markets, but a market like Johannesburg, we cannot afford that market to fall flat. We feed too many people in the Gauteng area from Johannesburg market. Just too many. We're not talking hundreds of thousands, we're talking millions of people that gets fed through the Johannesburg market. And that happens every single day, Monday to Saturday. Every single day, those people are there. The people are there to buy, to go and sell. I can remember clearly the day, was it COVID? I think it was COVID, when they shut down everything. And they closed Johannesburg market because everybody was scared of COVID. And that Monday came. Gates were closed. It wasn't closed for long. Those people came through the gates to go buy the stuff on the floor. They broke the gates down to get to the floor. You can't blame people that want to feed their families. You can't blame those people to get onto the floors to feed themselves. It was so clear. I still sat up in the main building and we watched down, and the people just walked through the gates. And they had to. We had stock on the floor. They have to come. They have to come and buy. So, I don't know, to me, the market is critical for this country, it's critical for Johannesburg, and we cannot afford Johannesburg market not to be able to be there anymore. It's got to function. It's got to keep on functioning. So, yeah, any questions? If I can help, I'll answer.
Just one other thing, the most pertinent question we get asked is how do you make the price? Because that's the market's actual function. Now, we've got a computer system which will give you the averages of what's getting sold by 14 agents, but it gives you an average price. Now, all goods are different. Oranges are not oranges. There are good oranges, bad oranges. So you've got to walk the floor every morning to know what's on the market to make a price. And at the end of the day, it's made by supply and demand. Supply and demand, and you can make mistakes. Then you won't sell. Or you sell too cheap, you upset your farmer. So it's a balancing act every single day. There's not one day the same as the next. And that's what most people always ask. How do you make the price? Because that's the most important thing. When Pick n Pay buys from a farmer, they check the market price. What's the market average price? Because they want to know what to pay the farmer. If there's no market, how do you make the price? It'll happen what happens in the USA. The stores determine the price to farmers. They pay what they want to pay because they don't have this alternative. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, that was great. Look, I think maybe let's just start with Dapper. And you said you've been around for a long, long time. Tell us a bit more about yourselves. Are you based only in Johannesburg and the Joburg market? And what commodities are you specializing in?
We do everything, but we specialize in citrus and fruit. Fruit we're very big at. And we do potatoes, not huge. We do veggies, but our main business is fruit. Citrus and fruit. That's our main business.
All right. And the relationship that you have with the farmers, I mean, you mentioned you've got 3,000 farmers that you are representing. And on the buyer side?
The farmers, we've actually checked, it's 3,200 farmers over 3 years. Okay. It's hard to determine. Yeah. That's the 3-year period. We service 3,200, roughly 3,200 farmers. And it's an ongoing business all day, all night. Because we open 24 hours a day because we offload through the night for the next day. And then with the buyers is when you've got experience, you've been there long enough, you get to know your buyers. And that's why maybe you can do a bit better or a bit worse, but you get to know your buyers, who wants what. But there's a lot of informal buyers which come and go all the time. So that's hard to say, the buyers, there's no real record. I think the market might have record. We don't, of the number of buyers, but there's a lot.
So maybe explain the process of engagement. So you've got all of these farmers. Now, do you go out and actively, approach these farmers, or do they come to you? How does that work?
Man, that's the crux of the matter. You must convince the farmer to supply you. But on the market, you've got 14 different agents, all vying for his product, because we earn commission. So what we sell, we take a commission. So you've got to convince that farmer to supply you. And one of the biggest ways is he's got to trust you. So being in the market so long, you earn trust. Your name becomes everything. If you get a bad name in this industry, you don't last, you're gone. So to me, it's been my most important thing over the years to build a name with farmers. Then you get the referrals. That farmer will say, I've had good service there. This is what you do. So it's very, very competitive. That's what I keep stressing. It's, when people said we collude as agents, that's impossible. Because you're all vying for business. And the more you can sell, the more commission you get.
And just in terms of experience, I mean, is it on-the-job experience? I mean, how does one get into that? Is there some sort of formal training that you?
There is with APAC. There is a training thing, so you know the laws, the rules. But to actual sell, you got to learn it on the floor. The actual selling, dealing with buyers, dealing with farmers. That you can't learn. That takes time, and you've got to have it in you. It's like farmers. If you and I go farm, we'll mess it up. But farmers have got, they're born farmers, honestly, because what they go through. And it's the same as the market, as a salesman. It's easy maybe to sit, look at a computer, that's the average price today, and you sell. But if you're on top of your game, that product's not as good as that one, you can get a bit more or a bit less. And that's every day that you are doing that.
So do you actively go out and seek
Yes, you do.
new farmers?
Yes, you do.
And go and visit them on their farms?
Yes,
and,
you do,
and-
yeah.
So what is the value proposition that Dapper, for instance, offers? You know, I mean, obviously you got price, commission, and all of those things, but how does Dapper sell itself?
Honestly,
Especially now, specifically to the 2,000 small-scale farmers that you've mentioned.
that we got 14 black salesmen doing a good job with that. Because I don't always understand the language, but they are communicating and they're growing that business, which is fantastic for us.
Maybe I can give you a bit of insight on, especially because of the veggie side is 90% of your informal sector is from the veggie side, not on your potato side, not on your citrus side. That's expensive farming. Now, 95% of these farmers we're talking about is informal sector, and they go veggies. Now, I've had a guy that's working for me for the last 8 years, and now all of a sudden in the last 3 years he came to me and he said, listen here, he goes home on a weekend and he goes to his community and he says, I've got so much stock, can you sell it for me? So I said, whoa, if you can draw those farmers and they trust you, you come and sell it. Now I've got him now training now for the last 3 years, still training, because it's not a process where you say, okay, now you're a salesman. No, you've got to be trusted. You must know what you're doing. You must be able to walk the floor. You must be able to judge prices. You must get to know your customers, and then after that, he's been under my wing now for the last 3 years, and I can see the leaps and bounds that he's drawing stock that we never ever had before, and now he's selling, and now he's earning commission as well. And I said to him, within the next 6 months, you're going to go through that course, you're going to write it, and I'm your backstop. I'll be here, I'll be there for you. All you got to do is you keep on drawing the farmers. He's built up such a good name so far. I think from scratch, he started scratch. He's already doing over 600,000 a month turnover. And that's not easy. That's not easy, especially on a veggie floor. That's not easy. If you're doing 600,000, and as a matter of fact, we've got one lady there doing 1.5 million already, and she also started from nothing. From nothing, she's doing 1.5 million already, and that's good. That's excellent for her on a veggie floor. That's excellent for her. Anybody that does over 1.5 million on a veggie floor from the informal sector is doing brilliant. She's doing brilliant. So, yes, it's a tough business, but I can't speak the language, but I've got, I'll tell you now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 8 on my veggie floor that started from scratch, and they're already doing a business of between a million to 2 million. And if I combine their sales together, we're talking about 3 million. And that's good. That's good from scratch. And veggie, very good.
So you mentioned the computer system that you use
Yes.
to determine pricing. Is that the market's computer system, or
That's
is
the
that something
market
that Dapper's
system.
developed?
It's a market
So
system.
everyone's got access to that.
Everyone's got access
to
to
it.
it,
And
except
farmers as well.
farmers has also
They
got access.
also got access to it.
And the buyers?
No, buyers have not got access to it. In other words, unless we allow them to fiddle on our computer, which we can't. We can't allow that.
Yeah.
But all those devices are locked away in any case, and only I've got access to it.
or a salesman has got access to it. So, but everyone on the floor has got access to it. Every salesman has got access to that information. So for a box of tomatoes, for instance, depending on what size it is, what color it is, and what variety it is, you'll be able to pick it up there. If I've got jam tomatoes on the floor and I know, yes, this looks very nice, and I reckon it's about 80 Rand, I can go onto the computer and see, but hey, I'm way out. It's 120 Rand. There's just not enough jam tomatoes on the floor.
Yeah.
So you can pick it up immediately. Within a half an hour, you'll know exactly what's happening on this system. So you adapt, and even quicker than the computer is your buyer. Your buyer walks in and you say 120 Rand or 80 Rand. If it's 80 Rand, you can have 1,000 buyers there within 5 minutes. Just because they heard jam tomatoes 80 Rand and the actual price is 120 Rand. You'll know immediately you made a mistake. Immediately.
Yeah.
Because those guys will be there like a flash. Especially tomatoes. Because that's one of their biggest sellers. That's what sells
On the market, it's the
on the
biggest
market.
seller. Yeah.
So you mentioned your agent. So DAP is an agency.
Yeah.
So you employ these agents.
Salesmen.
The salesmen, we call them salesmen.
Salesmen,
I know
yes.
people
Yeah.
call them agents, but they're salesmen
Are
for an
they
agency.
employed by you? I mean, do they
Yes.
work on a commission basis?
They're employed by us on a commission basis. And that's another thing we must remember. There's 14 agencies out there. If my salesman is a good salesman and he's performing, the next agency is going to try and poach him.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, he's going to poach him. He's going to come and say, listen, I've got a better offer for you. Please come to us. Bring your farmers with us. Because the farmers don't stay with the agency. The farmers
Stays with the
trust
salesman.
the salesman. The salesman is the person they trust. Not the agency. The agency pays the money and pays the wages and makes sure the payments go through. But the salesman builds up that trust relationship between himself and the farmer and the buyers. Not just the farmer, the buyers as well. So I've got a guy working for me, and he's a salesman, but the way he sells and his repertoire with the farmers and the buyers is so good. He's an asset to us, and he's doing well. He's doing very, very well. I'm actually very proud of him, because from when I learned, when I got to know him up till now, he's grown. He's grown from a guy that was just working for he's now working for commission, and commission, it's an incentive. The more you sell, the more money you make.
Are there any instances where you don't work with a particular farmer, or you choose to work with some farmers over others? I mean, what determines that? Or you guys will just, whatever produce is coming in, doesn't matter who it's from?
I'll get a phone call from any farmer. As a matter of fact, I got a phone call now. I was sitting outside there. I don't know where he got my name from. He just said, can you sell my stuff? I said, by all means I can sell it. I'd like to know what it looks like, how it looks, but yes. And
You try and take anything.
I
Try
take
and take anything.
each and everything, because if I don't do it, I don't know, RSA's around here somewhere,
we-
they would have taken him.
Yeah.
They would have taken him, yeah. No, that's...
Thank you. So maybe just the competitive landscape for market agents. You said it's highly competitive. Just describe that to us at the Joburg market where you're present. How many agents? You said there's 14 of them.
There's 14 different
14.
agencies on the market,
Yeah.
and everyone is vying for exactly the same farmers as I'm vying for. There's only so many farmers in the country, and if they see a good product on my floor, I guarantee you they will be phoning that farmer tomorrow.
Or
and
going
asking-
to see him.
Or go to see
Try
him.
and convince him
Yeah.
to supply them.
Yeah, but that's the name of the game. They must go out and convince them, because it's a business. And the more money the more stock you sell, the more commission you make.
Sure.
It's very, very competitive. I've got two very loyal farmers, in my opinion. I look after them like babies. You know, I don't want to lose them because they send me good products. I really look after them. But every now and then I see, there's a pallet on that floor. What's it doing there? And I phone him. He says, "Yeah, Peter, ek moes het doen, joh." I said, "Why?" He says, "No, this guy's phoning me every day. I'll just get him off my back. I gave him a pallet. I'll see how he does." And that's true. It happens. It happens continuously. I can't relax for one day. Me, on the veggie floor, very competitive.
Yeah.
I can't relax for one day. And veggie farmers tend to move easier than other farmers. I don't know. The citrus farmers, they know what they've been getting for the last 20 years, and the veggie farmers, because of their products, if they can get 10 rand, especially your informal sector, if they can get 10 rand better from a different salesperson, they'll move. The loyalty is not as good as what on the citrus side is or the potato side is. You can't mess up on any side. That's a guarantee. You can't mess up on any side. But I just find the loyalty on the veggie side is not as staunch as on the citrus side or the potato side.
You mentioned RSA. So who are the other big role players on the Joburg market?
Grow.
Where do you sort
We're a
of
medium
feature?
agency on the
Medium,
market.
okay.
We're
medium.
medium.
We medium, yeah.
Yeah, we know it's RSA, Grow, Subtropica, then us. So we're about the
Okay.
fifth.
Yeah, they corporate.
Yeah.
That's
You'll
big.
get more details when Yaku does his presentation.
They
Then you'll
corporate.
you'll get the detail there.
And why have you guys focused on Joburg and haven't sort of diversified? Moved it?
It's a thing of honesty. Now, we on Joburg, we can manage and see what's going on. You got an agency in Durban, you don't know what's going on. And temptation is there. So to keep controls there, I think they run around endlessly. And we're happy, we're doing well what we're doing, and that's it. Concentrate, do what you know, and do it well. That's what I feel.
All right. I think you've spoken about the sort of challenges that you guys have had as market agents and your position and all of that. But I mean, how have you overcome those challenges? So you're a medium-sized agency. How do you compete with the big guys? I mean,
Well, we're like now with fruit. We probably compete very well with them.
Yeah.
On veggies, we don't really, potatoes, okay, but not bad. But fruit, we are force. We're very big in fruit.
I agree. Remember, I think in a case like RSA, they got much bigger sections. A tomato section makes or breaks a floor. Now, if you look at RSA, for instance, they got ZZ2 on their floor. Now ZZ2 is a business of note. It's huge. And tomatoes is one of your best sellers?
The best seller.
The best seller on the market.
And potatoes.
I think tomatoes, potatoes, and then bananas. That's how it works. Something like that. Yeah, something. Tomatoes, biggest sales on the...
have you ever sold ZZ2 tomatoes?
Man,
No.
many years ago, you used to split between 4 agencies.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
That's many years ago. And then they consolidated, and they now use only RSA, and that works for them. Works for the farmer, and
Are there any exclusivity arrangements between them that you know of? Or?
No, that we don't know.
look, they supply only RSA,
Yeah.
but also it's day to day. They don't perform, they leave them. So they keep them on their toes all the time. There's no like contractual agreements with any farmer. With not one agency or farmer. He can do what he wants with his product. So you've got to be on your toes all the time.
So maybe just feeding into that, is DAPA aware of any cross-shareholdings or cross-directorships between competing market agents at the Joburg NFPM or anywhere else?
We just in DAPA.
Yeah.
And
But not you guys, but have you heard of others? And
some guys have bought other agencies out, but nothing, there's no...
Yeah, no, that's very difficult to say. I don't know.
okay.
I know a lot of smaller agencies fall under maybe subtropical.
Subtropical,
now.
maybe.
Yeah.
They maybe bought 2 or 3 agents.
Yeah, maybe they bought the smaller agencies out and that, but not that I know of.
If I can say something, it's hard for a small agency to survive.
Yeah.
Why is that?
You got huge costs. You got your forklifts, your wages. So you've got to do a certain amount of turnover to cover that. So for small agencies, it's very tough. And for me or you to go into the market with agency tomorrow, it takes years to build trust with farmers. So it's very difficult for a young agency to come in and do well, unless he gets salesmen from the bigger agencies to come join him. It's almost impossible. Because it takes years to build relationships with farmers. They've got to trust you. It takes time. So you don't come in and things arrive there. It doesn't work that way. You've got to work for it, and it takes time. And you've got to win the farmer's trust.
Maybe just moving on to the commissions. So what we've observed as the inquiry so far is that there's been very little price competition in terms of the commissions. So how does DAPA calculate its commissions? Are you guys flexible in that regard, or is it?
You are. You are. There's certain farmers will get a bit less, and then if a farmer sends unpalletized, you might charge him a bit more with his permission. Because in the Agents Act, we can't charge more than 7.5%. It actually says that, even though some people disagreed. But we aren't allowed to charge more unless the farmer gives you permission. But you can go a little bit less. And some guys do, to try and get the business. They might give him 1 or 2%. But we work on 7.5%. It's a small margin. There's not big margins there. So that's why it's so difficult for small agencies. The margins are very small. And you can't charge the farmers more because it's their expense. It's an out-and-out expense for them. So it's very competitive, very competitive.
Is it more competitive on the non-price sort of factors?
How do you mean?
So the value adds that you guys have, or is it very, very competitive on the commissions itself? So if you guys are at 7.5%, somebody comes in and says, I'll go down to 7.25, the guy will move for that, or is it more?
So that's very easy. I'll tell a farmer, I'll give you 1% discount. That's on 30 Rand, it's 3 Rand. But I'm getting you 5 to 10 Rand more than any other agent on the market. Is it worth that 1%? Or is the price more important to you?
Yeah.
And
So
that's
I'm
what it
saying,
is.
so the non-price, and I'm talking about non-price, I'm talking about you can offer a better service, as in you can get a better price on the
Yes.
buyer's side.
That's
So
what, yeah.
that's where. So it's-
That's where the money is for the farmer.
all right. So is that the reason why you're not seeing a lot of price competition at that commission level? Because
Yeah,
we've
'cause
seen
it's-
it's relatively stable.
It is stable, yeah.
Yeah.
It is stable.
All right. And maybe just to round that off, what can be done to increase price competition at that level? Do you think if there's more
The
market
commission,
agents entering?
commission or price?
No, commission. So I'm talking specifically about
That,
commission.
it's a small amount. Rather get 10 Rand more on a product than 1% discount on commission.
Yeah.
If a guy's prepared to give a percent commission, there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
He's not going to get him the price.
Fair enough. Okay. So you mentioned there's 14 market agents.
Yes, yeah.
We're talking about thousands of farmers. Why are we not seeing?
Over 3 years.
Yes, no, I know,
Yeah,
but but you guys are medium-sized in your own
Yeah.
admission. So I can imagine there's thousands of farmers trading on that floor, or not trading, selling produce on that floor.
Yeah.
So, in what you mentioned, it's difficult to enter that market. But what are the barriers to entry for a new market agent wishing to enter the market?
A knowledge, an experience, and relationships. Because you build relationships with your farmers. It takes time. It doesn't happen 1, 2, 3 weeks, 2 years. It takes time.
Regulatory barriers, or sort of cost I mean, what does it cost
No.
you to?
No,
Is that rather insignificant in relation to?
it is. Yeah.
And is that one of the main reasons why you're seeing so few new entrants?
We've had a lot of entrants,
Have we?
but they haven't lasted
Yeah.
because of what I've said. They haven't lasted. It's difficult industry. It's not easy. So, like, things don't just happen. You've got to make it happen. And that you need experience, time, relationships. It's all about that.
So we've heard that if you don't have access to sort of the big four commodities, you mentioned it was tomatoes, onions, potatoes, bananas. Those are the sort of big movers. If you don't have access to that as an agent, you are already,
on
the
the back
handbrake's on.
You're on the back foot.
So how does one break
I wouldn't
into...
say that because the potatoes and onions on Johannesburg and Pretoria is in a different hall.
Yeah.
So you can go and operate there, get one or two farmers, you're in with a product. Fruit hall is the same, the veggie hall. So that's made it easier for guys to enter.
Yeah.
Because they're with other, you got a big agent next to you or over here. So you're in the middle, so you got buyers going around you all day. So you should be able to do something.
Yeah. But is it a lot harder to get produce
Yes.
from in those specific commodities because of the relationships, established relationships?
Yes, yeah, it is.
If I can add just on a new agent, if he wants to open up, 99% of the time he'll open up on the veggie side first, because the loyalty of farmers is they tend to move around, and I reckon if a guy comes into Johannesburg market on the veggie side, he can make a living. He can do well, but it's hard work. It's not going to be easy. But if I just take the few guys that I've got there on the veggie side now, and I tell them, listen here, I want to put you on your own now, and you as a agency, you start an agent on your own, you'll be able to do it. The problem is, once he does that, the back office is a bit more difficult. Discipline, the back office discipline, the discipline around forklifts, discipline around informal workers. You know, to run a business is not easy, especially there. So you got to watch your costs. So if someone comes in there and is a business-minded person, and he starts drawing farmers, and he really wants to make a difference on the market, and he wants to run a business there, he'll be able to do it. Start from the veggie side, and then build it up to citrus and potatoes. Yeah. But to start by potatoes, if he gets a big farmer, a potato farmer, he's going to make money.
He's not going to get one.
But he's not going to get one easy.
It takes time to
It
get
takes
to that.
time.
Yeah.
It's expensive farming. Potatoes, expensive farming. Citrus, expensive farming. Veggies is cheaper, and your planning in veggies is 6 months. You know, I can plan to plant pumpkins now, and in 6 months' time I've got pumpkins or butternuts or something like that. Citrus, what's it? 5
You have
years,
to wait
6 years?
3-5 years before you get an income.
Before you get an income.
So,
Scale as well.
Yeah. So I you know, it's to me, I think there's a few on the Johannesburg market that's successful, but the smaller agents, they've been successful, but it's hard work. They've got to be on top of the game all the time.
Okay. Floor space allocation.
that's another one.
Yeah.
That's the biggest fight on Joburg market every year. Nobody will help anybody because the floor space is limited. So everyone's fighting for space.
Okay.
That's an ongoing for 50 years.
Sure.
And it'll be the next 50 years, we'll still be fighting over floor space.
Okay.
So what they do now, They do turnover and mass, and they work out your allocation on the whole, and that's what you get now. And it's fair, but it's a big fight every year.
So who administers those formulas?
The market department.
The market have.
Yeah.
And do you guys have input into that? I mean, do they consult with you and see?
I check their figures.
We check the figures, that's all we do.
I check their figures to make sure that they're not doing me in. Yeah, no, we check their figures, and we still argue the point, and we fight, and then I don't know. I don't think we'll ever be friends over floor space, but we have a good scrap about floor space.
So I mean, it's vital, obviously.
It's
It's
vital,
vital, it's vital.
So
you can't grow your business without floor space.
Yeah.
So now, in terms of new entrants, you're talking about guys entering the market. Is there floor space available?
They get allocated a space.
Yeah, they get allocated a space. They get a minimum.
A minimal operational area where they
a
can
minimum
operate.
operational area which they can, and that depends. Even if they do 1,000 rand a month, it doesn't matter. That's their space.
Yeah.
It gets allocated to them.
And they give them time to
And
try
they-
and build
yeah,
it.
and they get time.
And the location of that, I mean, obviously location might be important. I don't know.
Yeah, no, the allocation, the market allocates it. Allocates
But
it.
where
Oh, yeah,
it's
in between
big agents,
in between bigger
Which is
agents.
prime.
that-
which is
yeah,
prime, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're not given a sort of section.
No.
No.
Now, what we've done on Joburg, your two biggest agents on the far sides of the wall,
Yeah.
and you go down to the middle. So it's actually a fair system.
Yeah.
Where the buyers are walking up and down all day. So you will have access to buyers.
All right, I think I've covered that. So moving now to the growers' side, to the farmers. I mean, we've obviously observed significant challenges. We've done workshops now around the country with small-scale farmers. You know, what are the challenges you guys have encountered when dealing with small-scale farmers in selling their produce on the market floors? So, I mean, you're working with a lot of small-scale farmers. Maybe talk to us about this.
What I can say there, which is very important, we have to pay money over to APAC when you can't find a farmer to pay him. You haven't got a bank account, and you can't get hold of him. So what we found, a lot of these small-scale farmers don't get paid. But from the agency's point of view, you try, but you don't always have a bank account or know where to pay it. He hasn't given you the proper information. Then after 3 months, we have to pay that money over to APAC. So we can't keep that money. It goes to APAC, and they keep it. And then those farmers can claim from APAC. But that's been a big problem over the years, which is actually getting better.
Yeah.
It's not as bad as it used to be. But we used to pay a lot of money over, and it's heartbreaking because you know the farmer's farming and not getting his money. But that has got
So
less.
how does that farmer come to you? Because do they pick up the phone?
A
Or
lot-
was
yeah.
the produce arrive? Maybe there was a section, on a big commercial truck where the guys they said, okay, yes, choose 2 square meters for your stuff, and then it arrives at the market. They don't phone ahead of time, so they don't do that.
In the old days, no. But now it's getting better.
Okay.
It's with cell phones now, it's actually working much better.
So in the past, it just used to arrive, and then
Yeah.
what happened if it arrived? Who would allocate that produce? Would be
You get a delivery note with the farmer's details on. But now
but now.
Yeah.
So if it arrives at the gates, they haven't phoned ahead. They haven't arranged with an agent to sell on their behalf. So it comes as part of a consignment of other goods. Does the market itself say, okay, well,
No.
you've got some
Maybe I
potatoes,
think-
you take it, or do you guys
Maybe
have
I
a
can
look and say,
correct
I'll
you
take
now.
it? Or,
Any stock that comes through the gate, and the gate can't allocate a agency to it because he's an unknown farmer. All farmers must get registered prior to delivery. He must be known at the gate.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he doesn't get allocated a salesman or an agency. Because every agency's got a salesman, got an agency number. Now, it's improved tremendously. It doesn't happen like that no more. It's every guy. It's word of mouth. They hear listen here, this guy's been doing good for me. And then like, you get a phone call and and they ask, can they send their stuff to you? Obviously, you're going to try and help the person to make sure he's got a registration number, make sure he's got the bank details, make sure he's got an email address, or at least an SMS, and a fixed address. That's the requirements beforehand. Then we register that farmer through the market system. Now, once he gets a number allocated, the PUC number allocated, when it comes through the gate, you'll know exactly that PUC number will be allocated to that person, that farmer.
Agency, yeah.
And that farmer, then he addresses it to the agency of his choice, and then the gate will allocate the agency's number. It used to be a big truck just comes in, arrives, and there's a lot of stuff on there, and we just don't know what's happening.
It's much better now.
That is gone. It's not so prevalent no more. It's improved tremendously. The problem that most of these small little farmers got is they don't know how to pack it, and they don't know what is the requirements. In other words, they just pack, they throw it into a box and they send it, and we said, no, you pack it nicely in a box. People buy with their eyes, they need to see. And if you pack it right, you're going to get a better price. So it's improved tremendously. But they have got challenges, and I think one of the biggest challenges they have is transport. There's one truck coming up from Limpopo, and he's just got, the truck is full. And it takes hours and hours to offload it. And you need your products on the floor 4 o'clock in the morning already. It must be out, displayed already. Now, if that truck arrives only at 9 o'clock in the morning, yeah, you're only going to sell it the next day.
You missed the day.
And you missed the day. So the problem that I see for these farmers is they need a reliable transporter to bring it to the markets, the regional markets. One of the biggest problems, of course, packaging is expensive. So, they try and use the cheapest packaging. So that affects price. People pack in bags. It's already been accepted, and a lot of people buy it like that. But you've got to educate the people. You've got to educate them to what is really the core requirements on the market, or not just the requirements, is what the people like, the buyer, what he wants on the floor, what he wants to see, how it is packed. So it's an educational journey that we go through with it. And you can see it. I've seen it now over the last 3 or 4 years. It's improved 100-fold, 100 times. Much better than what it was. Even the transport is getting better. But I would still like to see the transport maybe getting there earlier, instead of just arriving at 9 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then it's chaos. So that's challenges for the up and coming farmer.
So you as an agent, you've obviously got this experience, and you understand, the buying side of the market as well. Do you actively go out, and educate these guys? Is there an opportunity to do something like that? Just say, look, guys, go out to Wapani's Farmers Association, spend a morning with them, and hopefully build some trust, assisting them in that respect.
Yeah. I can see the improvement since the guys that I've got on the floor now, that go out every weekend, and they meet in their communities. I can see what is coming back. Yeah. It's a huge improvement.
And this kind of information is being passed on.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is how you pack a box. This is how you...
Yeah. And there's... I've seen it's even been introduced different ways of selling, which I didn't even think of, and I didn't even think it was going to be popular. And now I see it's very popular. Peppers, the small size peppers, they used to throw it in the box, and it looks terrible. And now the guys have gone out and they said, listen, I've packed those small peppers in a big 20 kg bag. And now it's a big seller. It's a huge seller. And I wouldn't. I wasn't going to buy it, but there's so many people that do buy it. Your informal sector buys it again because they go and do. They take a bag of green peppers, a bag of yellow peppers, a bag of red peppers, and he goes and makes robots out of it, and he sells it again. So I didn't see that, and now I see it just happening.
It's working.
And it's working.
Okay, just maybe moving on then just to price discovery at the markets themselves. So we've got a sort of list of questions here with regards to sort of buying practices and selling practices. So is the market agency able to purchase from itself and then on-sell the produce later at a higher price? So buy, low in the beginning of the day on your own account and then sell later?
No. We don't do that
Take
at
a
all.
chance
No.
like, hey, that's taking a chance.
It's illegal. Yeah, now that you don't do at all.
Yeah.
But what does happen, you have a buyer from Ladysmith. He phones you. I want to buy 1 pallet of bananas. You'll invoice him, he'll pay you, and we'll book it up. But there's no profit when he can't come to the market. So we're just facilitating him his buying.
sale, yeah.
That's all it is.
Okay.
So no, that's. I don't think that happens actually, to be honest.
We never heard of it happening.
No. If I do, I'll phone that farmer and tell him, hey, I can do better for you than that.
All right. Credit buying. Maybe explain that to us in layman's terms, how credit buying works. And in your view, does this have an impact on the price discovery process?
Exactly like I said, you'll have some buyers don't come to the market. They'll send their truck and they'll give you an order and you'll sell it to him and we'll book it up and he'll pay us. But we don't like giving credit because you're going to lose money somewhere. So it's a week or so, 2 days, but he pays you fairly soon after you've given it to him.
And does that affect the price discovery process at all?
I don't think so, no.
It shouldn't.
No. I can't see how.
And then if given that a buyer would have a credit line with you, say you extended credit to a buyer, do they then get first produce available to profits on the day, or
Highest
so there's
price,
no incentives?
we'll get the best price, the first buyer will get it, whoever he is.
All right, and then just lastly, can a market agency issue a credit sale to itself and then on-sell this at a higher price? So I think I've just asked you that question.
Yeah, that's what you want. No.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so reserve stock buying.
That's for the orders. Guy gives you order, so you might make a reservation for him so you don't forget.
Yeah, so that's all that is then.
Yeah, that's all it is.
And once again, no impact on the price.
No, not at all.
Okay, I think that's been answered. And then, so late sales or sales taking place outside of the normal trading hours?
Man, it's a very contentious thing. Yeah, you can ask the market will help you with that. You get their permission that the guy will load now and book in the morning. But it's not often that happens anymore. It used to happen more than what it does now.
No, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, not so often.
Not on the veggie side.
Because even the buyers, they know what to do. So your bigger buyers, it doesn't really happen much anymore now. So it also won't impact the price now.
I think that's all from us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Mr. Murray, do you have any? Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Right, so I think I just have a couple of clarity-seeking questions. I think the first is the discussion about the difference between agency and the salesman or then the agent. When it comes to the commission fee, so that negotiated fee with the farmer, who negotiates that? Is it the agency that tells its salesman that this is the agency's rate, or is it down to the individual salesman to negotiate that on a sort of immediate basis?
No, you do it like agency. You charge the going rate, and then you deal with your salesman and do a deal what cut he takes of that. But he doesn't deal with the farm with commissions now. We'll do that as agency.
I see. And then it's a comment that was that you made earlier about the margins being small
Yeah.
for an agency. And I mean, just to clarify, essentially what it means is that, of the entire sale, say, for example, 7.5 of that sale comes to you as your commission.
Yeah.
And that's your revenue. You've got to cover all your cost with that 7.5%. So maybe if you talk about margins being small, I mean, what are the sort of general costs for a market agency? And I mean, we don't have to be specific. I'm just talking about in general, if you're talking labor, rent. I just wanted to get a sense of, if we say margins are small, you have 7.5% that you generate your revenue from, and that is against your costs that you have. So I just want to get a sense of how
Your
big...
biggest expense is your salesman. Because they take roughly 3%, they take. So you've got 4.5% to run the business with. And you got, your wages is very expensive. Forklifts, very expensive. Diesel, very expensive. And you have to have staff in the office to pay farmers, do all the admin work. That all comes out of that. So margins are small, as you can see.
All right, and then my final question is, it's an issue that I think have come up a number of times, and I think it's this question, and we heard this morning about the difficulty with new agents, new entrants, small agents coming in. Particularly, we heard from the Council for Black Market Agents saying, well, their problem is because they don't have access to consistent produce, consistent supply. The farmers are all tied up with, through historical relations.
Yeah.
So first of all, would you agree with that statement?
I would, yeah.
And I think secondly, it's the question of, well, how does one get around that? How does one solve that? To say, well, it's difficult for new entrants, particularly black new entrants, to enter as market agents because all of the produce has been tied up through historical relationships and trusts have been built. So how does a new entrant then, a new black entrant, enter into the agency?
The only way you can do it is by poaching salesmen from the other agents. That's the only way you can do it. To get a new guy on the floor, he's going to sit there, and you might find a good guy. It will take him at least 5-8 years before he can build anything. And by then, they're bankrupt. It takes time. That's the whole thing. It doesn't happen overnight. And you get good guys that come. We've got a few good guys that have done well, but under our umbrella, and they're doing well. So to empower guys, to me, as salesmen is the right way. Because agency doesn't make huge money. There's not huge money. The salesmen, if you look at the figures, they make more than the agency at the end of the day. So if you can get salesmen, empower them, get them going, they're going to do better. And that's what we've been doing. And they are doing well now.
I mean, another solution, and I'd like your comment on this as well, is this idea about reserving certain offtake from producers, specifically for black farmers. I mean, what is your comment about that? So, in a sense,
explain that. I understand
so going
that.
to a large producer and saying, all right, X percentage or a certain sub-brand or, has to go to that black farmer. I mean, what would your comment be on that?
If you're a farmer, he's as tight as anybody else. He's like, I'll give you an example. Last year, very few citrus farmers made money in the country. It was a very bad year, exports. It was a very bad year, so very few made money. So they're counting their cents as much as we are. So for him to forego an income, he's going to do it. Where he knows he's getting this, he might get that. So I can't see the practicality of it. I don't think farmers will actually do that, to be honest. Because they want to know, I've got this, I must get so much for it. They can't gamble with their produce.
And I mean, if such a situation would arise, I mean, what would the impact be on DAPA? I mean, would that...
Nothing on us, no. It won't impact us at all, no.
As a matter of fact, if a farmer or any producer is willing to do that, and I think there has been farmers in the past.
I think they've tried. It has been tried.
They have done it. They have done it. If any farmer is willing to do that, that's right.
Yeah.
I would support it. It's
not going to affect us at all.
It will affect maybe
somebody down the line, but it won't kill the industry unless he doesn't do his job properly.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it has happened. It has happened.
Yeah.
And to the detriment of the
farmer.
We sat with a lot. We looked after BEE companies under our
We did all the bookwork for them.
We
We
did
do
the
all
bookwork.
the expenses.
We
We
did.
take over
That's
to try
why-
and help them. Yeah.
That's why I said, if anybody goes into the business, you mustn't just think it's commission. It's a business. You've got to run it as a business. And if you can do that, you can make it work. You can make it work. I'm sure.
So, and in your observations and in your experience, I mean, would that be one of the reasons or the main reason why small black agents have failed at Johannesburg, just simply because they couldn't meet the standards?
My comment is they came in with expectations of making
Expectations are too big, maybe.
huge money in a short period of time, and that is not, it won't work. If they come in there with the expectation of hard work,
Long term.
long term, and there is. I mean, I'll take a good example of Metro. Metro is
It's
still
doing
there,
well, yeah.
and his father's passed away, and his son has taken
And
the
they're doing
business
well.
over, and he's doing well.
But it's years. It
But-
didn't happen overnight. It's taken time.
Sam, it was Sam, eh?
Sam, yeah.
He's a good friend, and he passed on. But he's run that business for, well, longer than I've been there.
More than 30 years. But his two
yes.
sons are doing well now.
More than 20 years he's been there.
So it is
And
possible, yeah.
It is possible. It's nothing is, but he ran it as a business, and he's run it well.
But at the same time, even a new white agency is going to
No,
battle.
he'll never make it either.
It's the same principle. He's not going to make it because he's white with him. He's also going to battle. Just the way the industry is.
I see. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Maybe just one last few questions, just on this theme of barriers to entry. So just maybe expand. I think you've said, relationship between agent and the farmer. It's really mostly also about trust.
Yeah.
But what is the commercial relationship between the agent and the farmer? What do you have to meet at a commercial level?
Well, we got to sell his product, and it's got to be viable that he makes money on it. Because, especially in the citrus industry now, they've got options. They can supply juice. So he'll work out the juice price for me, transport, commission, and packing. Give me a price. Can I do better or worse? If it's worse, he won't supply. So I've got to guarantee he'll do better than that. Then he'll supply me. So it's about money. He wants to make money, we want to make money. But the farmer especially, he's also under a lot of pressure. But luckily they've got options now. Juice they can sell off the farm to buckies, and he works out. That's my break even. Can you get me more? If you can't, you tell me, I don't send. So it's not just that they send all the time. They work out now. They work out commercially. Is it worth their while or not? And I have to make it worth their while.
Can we confirm if you say, are there any agreements? I just want to confirm.
Nothing.
Are there any agreements, written
Nothing.
or otherwise?
Nothing. There's not one agreement with one farmer. He supplies you because he trusts you. That's it. If that trust is gone, you lose him. He goes somewhere else. There's no written agreements, not with us anyway.
So in citrus, what makes you strong in citrus?
Experience. Experience, been there a long time, and I know the industry very well. So I built up a good name with farmers. They trust me. And I do well for them. I have to do well for them.
So on the floor in Johannesburg, how many other agents would be selling?
There's 14
citrus?
agents. They're all trying to sell.
Are they also selling citrus? I'm looking at the
They can, yeah.
citrus floor. Say oranges.
I have say 60%, and the market is 40%. The other 14 agents.
Okay.
That's roughly how it works.
Right. So when we talk about that floor and price discovery, so when you say supply, of course you say price is determined by
Supply and demand, yeah.
But you supply the bulk in some areas.
Yes, yeah.
What pricing power do you have? Do you are the days when you have less on?
Yeah,
or are
yeah.
the days-
Every day is different.
And
Every
days when
single
you have
day.
more,
Yeah.
who determines the price?
Yeah.
You or
Yeah,
how
that's
does
what I
it
would
work?
do.
I just want to.
No, that's exactly.
You are
because
the sub. Okay.
I can
all right.
give you an example
yeah, please,
of that.
Please, yeah.
Last year was a bad citrus year. There was a lot of stock, and I think at one stage I had maybe 300,000 bags of orange on my floor. I was in serious trouble because if you don't sell, you throw away, then you lose your farmer. So I got a hold of a supermarket and did a special with him. And we moved all that stock in 1 week, but I had to drop the price. I explained to the farmers, and then we lifted again after that. If I'd hung on and not dropped the price, I'd have thrown 100,000 away, which I never did in the end. But I had to sell too cheap. But it moved the stock. So it's every day we check in the market, every single day.
No, thanks for that. So I just want, so on the price transmission, do you track the price all the way to retail? Say
No, we don't.
So when you
We sell, we sold.
so you don't over time see how other channels are performing. So you sell your citrus, I say citrus broadly,
Yeah,
and what maybe major retailers are selling.
I do.
Do you ever track?
I do keep an idea, but nothing formal. But I do have an idea of who's selling what.
So at the price level.
Yeah, because I tell you what, because our buyers do that. He'll come to me and say, "Why is Checker selling 39.99? I'm paying you 40 rand. Why is he selling 39?" So you know from your buyers, they know what's going on. They'll say, "Pick and Pay is having a special. Why are they so cheap? Why am I paying more by you?" So it's interaction every single day.
So from your experience, when you look at this, the price system, the pricing in the chain, what have been your observations as to the gap between the prices at
With
the
citrus,
markets and retail?
With
Yeah.
citrus, it's not very high.
Okay.
It's a very competitive item. So the buyers don't make a lot of money on citrus. It's actually well priced. If I sell for 30 rand, most of them will sell 39.99. There's not excessive markups. If you mark up excessively, you're not going to sell.
Are there other products where you have observed maybe that the gap is a bit wider?
You know, I don't think so. I think it's a very competitive industry, especially because you've got the market. Whereas like amazing things might be different, but with the market it's very competitive.
Just maybe two more questions for you. You have noted in your submission, and I think the impact of the direct purchases
Yeah.
by the retailers, and what that would do for price discovery and I suppose the future of the market. Can you expand?
I can give you an idea. If there was no direct selling, the price would be much higher. Because we'll have the control on the floor. You'll have more buyers. So you've taken the bigger buyers off the market. And those bigger buyers could force the price up. Now they sit there, look at the market, that's the price, that's what they give the farmer. But if that product was on the market and those buyers were on the market, the price would be higher, definitely.
For the farmer.
Yeah, for the farmer. But because they're now watering down the system by selling direct, and they're using our price to determine the price. It's not coming to the market. It's going straight to them. So if there was no direct sales, the market would be much higher because you have all the buyers there, all competing for the same product. But I understand the supermarkets can't buy on the market. They're too big. The logistics will actually kill them, so that can't happen.
Right. And on this question of transformation. I think you say how many years? 40 years you've been in the industry.
Yeah, me personally.
40 years, personally, yes. And what's your view on this? Because I think it seems there are real challenges.
There are real challenges.
Real challenges at the of participation. And I think the barriers you have mentioned, it seems.
Yeah.
It seems.
We've tried to
quite
help.
huge.
We've had 2 agents we took them under our wing. And what we did is we took all the expenses. We did the office work for them. We offloaded for them to try and help them to get going. And it worked. It worked a bit to a point. Then it became personalities, which became a problem. But we've done it on 2 agencies now. We've tried to help.
As a matter of fact, we're still busy with
Yeah,
one.
we're still with one now.
We
That's
still got one.
It's
that
actually
we're
going
looking
all
after,
right. Yeah.
But broadly, I think, let me just, because I just want to get a sense also from you before we let you go. If, just also as an agent, if you have identified and made any observations of any distortions in the market. So just because we are looking at the fresh produce
Industry.
chain,
Yes.
right? So from the farmer to retail, even inputs, but I think there maybe you may not be able to give any opinions. But what, if any, what are the challenges broadly that you have observed or distortions, and what can be done about those? I just want to get a sense from you if
Talking about the market.
the market broadly, so not DEPA as the agent.
Yeah, the market facility has to be upgraded. Cold rooms, ripening rooms. That's where we're falling behind. And the farmer's losing on that. Our cold rooms have to be upgraded and the ripening processes. And floor space, we need more space. So the market as an entity, they have to invest in the market. Because the market's producing, I don't know, how many billions is the market turnover now a year?
About 4.2, if I'm not
A month, a month.
No,
Oh, a year.
per annum.
Yeah, but they're not putting back in the market. We need the facility to improve. That's a big challenge for us. And we're working with it, we're trying. We're trying, but it's very difficult.
What I believe is, it is a problem, it's a major problem. We cannot afford for an outside company to ripen our bananas outside the market. Because as soon as they do that, you
You'll lose
dilute in the
business,
market.
yeah.
So if the market, if all those facilities are up to scratch like it should be, we should be attracting much
We'll
more
attract
farmers.
more growers to the market,
Much more
yeah.
farmers. We can't afford a banana farmer to go outside the market, ripen it, and then come and sell it at our prices. It's going to kill the market, and we cannot afford to lose a regional market like this. It feeds too many people.
Yeah.
It looks. I wish you could be there on a good Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you see the amount of people that just flow. You can read the floor. You can read what you're going to do that day. You can feel it. You can feel it. Just the people walking down. It's unbelievable. And I come out of a totally different industry, and I've only been there 20 years, and it's changed the way I think about things. This is dynamic. It's dynamic. And it's anybody is there. The oldest mama you can think of. The oldest mama that you can think of that can hardly walk, she's there. She comes and buys the tomatoes.
Yeah.
And she makes a living. One day I'll see her buying 1 box, and 3 weeks later I'll see she's buying 20 boxes, 30 boxes. And it's dynamic.
Yeah.
It's dynamic. So, yeah, without the market, I think we lost.
Yeah.
I really think we lost. And if we build the market even stronger, it should accommodate everybody. It should accommodate everybody.
All right, thank you very much for that. Unless if you have any closing remarks you want to give?
No, I'm happy.
No,
Thank you.
I'm very happy.
You are
Okay,
very-
you done? Thank
All
you
right,
very much.
Thank you very much. You are excused.
Thanks
you.
very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm with that. Thanks. Thanks, Terry. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
I just hope we can help. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
I just hope we can help.
Now are we ready to go, right? Yeah. Ready to go. Okay. Thank you. We resume our session. We'll now call Mr. Jaco Oosthuizen, who is the CEO of RSA. Mr. Bowles, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, afternoon. Thank you very much for coming through. For the record, can you please just state your full name and your designation?
Martinus Jacobus Oosthuizen, CEO of the RSA Group, or Interaction Market Services Holdings, Pty Ltd.
Great, thank you. There should be an oath or affirmation there. I don't have any objection in taking an
No
oath
objection.
there. Will you please just...
I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Oosthuizen. So just in terms of housekeeping, we've divided the session up, as you know, into two. So you'll have a 30-minute opportunity now just to run through whatever it is you want to do. Tell us a bit more about RSA Group and maybe your views on the inquiry as well. And then that'll be followed by just some questions from the technical team as well.
Right, thank you.
Right,
Just on a lighter note, I think before we start, I think this was a test, because I've been battling my whole career to get market agents to a meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning after they started at 4. Here we are, 2:15. So you're doing something right. Yes, I've prepared a presentation which I do think we will be able to show, but to start with just a small video by introduction to show the panel a little bit of what we do. Thank you very much. As I've already said, good afternoon. My name is Jaco Oosthuizen. I've just slipped down the chair. Thank you for inviting me to share our perspectives on the South African fresh produce value chain. This is in addition to the written submissions and hopefully provide additional insight and assist the Commission in its inquiry. Unpacking the themes from the Commission and shedding light on crucial aspects are required to create an understanding of how it works, and perhaps inform where the statement of issues are incorrectly defined, creating misconceptions and fixed ideas, gaining a comprehensive understanding of the underlying themes, the efficiency of national fresh produce markets, its dynamics, where it fits in the value chain, participation, and barriers to entry, and why this system is often overlooked. Yet when understanding is required, it's the first port of call. To that extent, sessions like this is overdue. First and foremost, we need to acknowledge the importance of the South African fresh produce value chain. Despite its significance to our nation's agriculture and food supply, it often doesn't receive the recognition it deserves. Focus of my discussion relates to the first and third broad theme of the inquiry: national fresh produce markets and the concern that it's inefficient and uncompetitive, competition dynamics that are prevalent and influence of direct contracting, and then discussing barriers to entry, expansion, and participation. As I work my way through the opening, I am focusing on our areas of business and expertise in the fresh produce value chain. Our humble opinion and opening statement are as follows. The Fresh Produce Commission market ecosystem is a low-cost, efficient, transparent, and highly competitive trading platform with low barriers to entry. The agency model is central to the competitive nature of the ecosystem and operates in a stringent regulatory environment with various levels of oversight. Importance of price discovery and integrity of reference price signals to producers, buyers, and the rest of the value chain. Active collaboration between government, specifically local government, is essential. Strong partnerships can lead to better regulations, improved infrastructure, and overall support for the fresh produce value chain. Ensuring that our local council and market management actively participates in continuous investment and upgrading of facilities, institutionalizing professional, competent management. Free or open market systems are not unregulated. In fact, enforcement of regulations is key to ensure a commission market functions effectively and that the playing field is level. Strengthening the commission system model by investing in the technology is also important, and that's just to name a few. Enhancing the fresh produce value chain resilience. In today's ever-changing world, supply chain resilience is more critical than ever. Factors like weather, poor road, rail, and harbour infrastructure, electricity supply failures, and dysfunctional municipalities can pose substantial challenges. We must explore strategies to make the supply chain more robust, ensuring it can withstand unforeseen disruptions. In spite of the contrary of the above challenges, the South African fresh produce value chain proved to be resilient, accessible, and competitive, locally, regionally, and internationally. We question whether we are drifting towards homeland economics and a state of protection. We see how this is applied in neighboring countries, where they have this protectionist narrative, blocking access to certain produce and commodities to their market, protect local production against competition, yet are allowed to export to South Africa. And South African product are banned and not allowed into the countries. The effect? Empty shelves or very expensive produce for consumers. It's anti-competitive and non-transparent. How might we be avoiding the above? We've seen that the mechanism of open markets and replicating the model in previously underserved areas encourage growth, innovation, and economic stability and sustainability. I would like to walk through some detailed observations. Southern Africa's reliance on South Africa's national fresh produce commission markets. Southern African traders rely heavily on the South African fresh produce market system. Its dependence is due to its efficiency, its well-established infrastructure, the basket of fresh produce that is there, and the accessibility. It serves as a regional hub that benefits not only South Africa, but the entire surrounding region as far as the DRC. You might ask, why do these participants travel to South Africa? Participants from various countries travel to South agencies, where the market authority ensures fair practice, quality control, and proper regulations within the market, aiming to create a transparent and efficient marketplace, where prices are discovered for both sellers and buyers, and this do not exist in those countries. Hence, they travel to South Africa to conduct their business. In South Africa, and I think we've touched on it today during the other inquiries, farming and retail are well understood aspects of the South African economy. However, there's a critical mechanism within the fresh produce sector that often goes unnoticed. That is the national fresh produce markets, the commission system, and the central role the agency model performs within that ecosystem. At the highest level, national fresh produce markets as a neutral playing field, enabling large volumes of produce from producers, attracting thousands of buyers, all facilitated by the agency model, that contributes to high levels of competition, transparency, brand recognition, and value transfer made possible by efficient price discovery mechanism, closely monitored under the watchful eye of various regulatory oversight structures. There are three critical points of understanding needed. We need to recognize the national fresh produce market ecosystem as key to the success of the fresh produce value chain, especially given the needs of South Africa's so-called dual economy, the value and importance of the agency model that operates in a highly regulated space, better understanding of how daily prices of fresh produce are discovered based on supply and demand, forces at each market, and the influence of these reference prices on decision-making for the rest of the value chain. I think it's true to say that there are many misconceptions about pricing variations between markets. And we need to discern whether investigating pricing variations indicate market inefficiencies or whether they reflect a natural reflection of current supply and demand conditions. Price variations are natural in the fresh produce commission markets and are influenced by factors like seasonality, weather conditions, global supply chain influences, input cost, continuity, etc. All of this underpinned by supply and demand. The free market naturally assesses market conditions. Each market is a microcosm of the total supply and demand at a specific point in time, at a specific place, aggregates all of the information naturally. It reveals a state and is the skill of the agency sales team that then starts to find those price levels that will enable them to clear the floor. Mark Twain has a saying, "You ain't getting into trouble for the things that you do not know. You get into trouble for the things that you know for sure that just ain't so." I really want to invite key stakeholders to get the right intelligence from the data and understand it clearly, recognizing the transparency and integrity of the system that's available every day of the year. We don't have to go and wait until we have to look 3 years ago. That information is available on a daily basis. Equally, it's vital to address the misconceptions about the agency model. To clarify this, market agencies, their sales, operation, and administrative teams operating at fresh produce markets play a pivotal role in delivering a range of services to stakeholders and compete fiercely with each other on those various levels. From the RSA Group's perspectives, others might differ. Our role is often misunderstood as being a middleman. I think we've heard it today. We never take ownership of product. We deliver a professional sales service to the marketers of fresh produce, and for that, we charge a commission. It is useful to understand that commission rates are negotiable within the competitive landscape of competing agencies. Part of the negotiation in terms of the level where commission sits is answered in the economic reality of cost structures. There is a lack of appreciation what it costs to employ a world-class sales team. Costs are exacerbated by the inefficient municipalities and infrastructure demise and passing costs back to the agency's cost structures. That causes the agency to absorb the cost to the grower in not increasing the cost of commissions to match the deficient market behavior. Agencies and their staff are regulated by Act 12 and the rules of 2005 and market bylaws and various oversight structures. Let me add a few final points to my presentation in terms of barriers to entry, expansion and participation. And for me, the key question is how can industry and government work together to enhance what we already have? Strengthening it by investing in our unique system that feeds the country at zero cost to the state can significantly improve the value producers, buyers, and consumers of all levels receive for their produce sales or purchases, while fostering growth and development opportunities for emerging and historically disadvantaged fresh produce businesses. Let me start by affirming the crucial role that small and medium-sized enterprises and historically disadvantaged producers play in South Africa's fresh produce value chain and food security. It is generally accepted that more than 50% of volumes traded in the market is in this segment. We recognize the role of new markets opening up in previously underserved areas and getting it right, stimulating emerging producer and SME activity. The national fresh produce market is a platform that stimulates competition, activity, and dilutes concentration. What needs attention are the barriers to entry and expansion affecting SMEs and HTP like access to finance, general capitalization, input material and costs, extension services with a functional agricultural research council, and essential infrastructure like road, electricity, water supply, and transportation. Market access for small farmers. There are several challenges posed by varying packaging, branding, food safety requirements for emerging and small-scale farmers. Furthermore, the lengthy time frames involved in developing a sustainable agribusiness and the substantial financing operation pressure can be stifling. Let's not underestimate then the impact national fresh produce markets as being the ideal launching pad for emerging producers building their businesses and brand, as they have access to thousands of buyers and to agencies and sales teams who understand their environment and who are focusing on smaller producers. In closing, let's remember that the South African fresh produce value chain is a national asset. We believe so. We possess the skills, experience, and commitment to grow and develop the industry for the benefit of all. However, we must ensure that we take the right steps. Collaboration between industry and government is essential to enhance what we already have and secure a prosperous future for all stakeholders in the fresh produce sector. Together, we can strengthen our system, improve competitiveness, add value, and create opportunities for future growth and development. Our collective efforts are needed to build a sustainable future for the South African fresh produce market system. Collaboration, transparency, and the embrace of open markets are essential ingredients in achieving this goal. Let's celebrate competition and ensure that everyone involved can reap the benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Osazen. All right, so Yeah, I think you've touched on a lot of points that we're probably going to be discussing now.
Yes, I hope so.
Which is great. I think it sort of introduces us to those. But maybe if you can just start with market agents and the position that they play. So obviously they service customers on both sides. You've got the producers on the one side, buyers on the other, and essentially you're trying to keep two people happy or two parties happy. Maybe just explain the dynamics around that and how RSA approaches it, and maybe how it does things differently.
For us, it's very simple. Producers are our principals. We have a fiduciary duty towards them. And one thing that RSA understood very well is that the buyers are not our customers. They are the farmers' customers. And our job is to deliver a professional sales service to the farmer's customer. And that brings those levels of individual services where agencies compete against each other, but that's in the main our function. We offer that professional sales service to all marketers of fresh produce. That's the position that we are in, but we recognize the producer as our principal, and that the buyers that frequent the market or come to market are their customer. And we've got to service them as well as if the producer was sitting on our shoulder.
All right. And in the relationships that you have, and we've heard a lot this morning already about the relationships and entrenched relationships, specifically with farmers. I mean, what does RSA do to nurture those relationships, to foster the levels of trust that is required at this?
The first instance, I think, is to recognize that no relationship is unconditional. It's conditional on your performance and your service. And if one recognizes that, then within a market agency and the structure of a market agency, it's important to understand, and we compare it akin to a three-legged pot or a pyramid, where the producer sits on top, and you have the agency that houses the sales teams that have got daily communication with the producer, and this relationship needs to be in balance at all times. Should one fall over, it becomes one-dimensional, and you then battle with understanding how this fits together. And that relationship sort of gets replicated through the system. So you would have producer, market authority, agency, producer, market authority, sales teams, and those relationships are in balance or should be in balance all the time.
And those aren't entrenched by agreements that you have with established producers?
No, and again, it reflects a conflict of interest. So no, there's no agreements, no contractual agreements at all within the fresh produce market space.
And no informal exclusivity type arrangements or anything like that? And do you specialize? I mean, we've heard as well that there are certain agencies that specialize in different commodities. Is that something that RSA looks at?
Certainly specialization is certainly an element that would define the success of an agency. But I also think it's important to be present across the basket of fresh produce. So when there's potential shortages of supply and you're not in that space, that you lose out on potential sales, but that you have the basket that you cover in terms of your businesses. And it was part of RSA's strategy in an accumulation of family businesses that you cover these different fields of expertise, and you also design your sales team in order to deal with those different commodities and specialities.
Yeah, and in terms of small-scale farmers, I mean, is that something that you've actively gone out and marketed and targeted specifically?
Yeah, and I think we've made quite substantial submissions to the inquiry, where it was a specific strategic intent from RSA, specifically from, I would say, 2000 onwards, where we already recognized this gap, where Department of Agriculture extension officers weren't getting to producers, etc. And at that time, I think it was sort of the lead to the electronic transfer of payment era, where a lot of producers still got paid by check. And sometimes, because of wherever the post office is, we couldn't get that money to producers, and we then created a section within the RSA business for small and medium enterprises or farmers. An extension officer was appointed, and we had a bakkie, and it was branded, and we had a GPS. So we logged every single farmer that sent to us. We logged, and we knew from a GPS location where they were, and then also made special effort to get the checks that were sitting with us to those farmers and came back, and we started to build those relationships. Later on, we shifted about 3 or 4, no, a bit longer, 5 years, we shifted our attention to say, but there could be a better way to serve these smaller producers, and that's when we sort of started with the regional market concept, and we shifted our attention into that space.
And what percentage of your business now is small-scale farm or small-scale growers? Could you have?
Look, I think it's dangerous to sometimes just see when it looks like a farmer is small, that they are small, because they have options and they've got various channels, and only a part of their production would find its way to the market. But in terms of the RSA business, I would say anything between 10 and 20% would be from smaller enterprises. And then when you look at the thread of our business, it's a sort of it's probably 80-20% principle that still also apply. So the bulk potentially of smaller sale producers would be between 800 and 1.5 million rands worth of turnovers a year, and that form the bulk of our producer base. So yeah, I'm quite happy that part of the business is growing, and that the expansion of our footprint has given producers access to markets closer to where they produce, and it's changed that dynamic, because now you don't have to travel all the way to the larger metro markets to be able to compete with your brand and to be able to have the same style of service that you would receive at a metro market, you have at a market closer to you. So
are we still seeing, you're talking about that sort of strategy that you have now.
Yes.
Are we starting to see, growers taking or making use of those smaller regional
massive
markets?
uptake. It's unbelievable.
Is it?
I welcome you to come and visit those markets. It is.
And the pricing, I mean, are they getting, because we've also heard as well, and we've seen through the submissions that, we are still seeing people traveling past 3 or 4, regional or smaller markets to get to Joburg or Tshwane.
It will always form part of a producer's marketing strategy to say, okay, there's my markets, who will I serve when? So that will always be there, and you can't service, I think, or hold your marketing strategy up as a good one if you don't serve all of the markets if you can. But you will certainly have a strategy to say, these are my markets that I want to serve, and you will focus on those markets. And we've seen the growth on those smaller regional markets, which operates on exactly the same basis as the metro markets. And over the past 7 years, where it started as a small trial project on one facility, from an RSA group perspective, it's grown to 6, 7 nationally, and the newest one in collaboration with FreshLink is in Rustenburg, and from, let's say, 1 or 2 original producers and a handful of buyers, we've seen a phenomenal growth in those markets.
So moving on to pricing, so we've obviously heard as well that that's pricing at the NFPMs is based largely on supply and demand, but maybe if you could unpack that a little bit more for us, and RSA's approach to pricing, and also maybe touch on availability of data. You did mention it in your presentation. Yeah. Is there things that RSA, or do you have systems as well that you've developed internally that you rely on to better predict pricing? Or
there's no protection of pricing.
Prediction.
Price is price is there, whether we're there or not. It's natural. The price for a product will be there, and markets is like a microcosm of what the total supply across the country is and also what the total demand is. And because it's concentrated, it develops those price signals through supply and demand. And there's various other factors that play, that's at play in terms of finding that right price by our sales teams. And elements that play a role in that is continuity of product. The last thing a producer wants to do is disappoint its buyer when tomorrow the buyer is coming to the market to buy the product and it's not there. That buyer will shift and buy product that it needs to be able to serve their customer. So branding is very important. It is, in my opinion, where producer brands compete effectively against each other. And it's the only place where, for the cost of supporting the market, where producer brands have access to 20 or 30 or 40,000, if you take it nationally, hundreds of thousands of buyers every single day that will walk past the brand. The effect of cold storage, where producers invest in cold storage facilities or cold storage, cold chain, influences their ability to outcompete the opposition. The element of marketing strategy, specifically where the producer have options between formal retail, the fresh produce markets, and export. So that will influence potentially the flow of volumes to markets. But the prices that are discovered on a daily basis, in world terms, sophisticated. The rest of the world will look with tears in their eyes if they understand what we still have in South Africa, where reference prices are available on a daily basis and forms part of the historic reference to what prices were yesterday, what's expected to be the volumes tomorrow, is there weather conditions that might affect the supply or movement of product, and all of those things have an influence on the price and the discovery of those prices. But a misconception is that we don't make the price. Those market agents make the price and as if they own it. That's not the truth. The price is there whether we're there or not. It's our skill and our ability to find that price to be able to clear the floor, because tomorrow, more products coming. It's highly perishable, and perishability also have an influence on price discovery.
All right. Just on commissions as well. So what we have observed, and I think it's plain to see, is that there's been very little price competition in terms of the commissions charged by the various agencies. How does the RSA Group calculate its commissions that it charges to its growers?
Well,
is it set nationally, or is there?
So the last thing potentially within a business like ours, is to have a fixed set of commissions. Commissions are negotiable. That's a fact. It's not set by anyone in the country. There's no oversight. It's not driven by any of those elements, and it's driven to large effect of what our cost structures are. So we would not treat producers differently within the business, because within the Act it would be a conflict of interest to treat producers differently at different places of our business. So if producers sends to RSA at different locations, we won't have different commission structures with them, because you would then treat them differently towards anybody else. So,
but to what extent are the agencies competing with each other in terms
internally, or the agencies, the competition?
Yeah, so the competition. So Subtropica, for instance.
Yeah, they would.
I mean, is it quite competitive in the sense that, you've got a producer who comes to you, who's been with you for years, and says, listen, we were approached by, player X. Yeah. They've prepared to come down to 7 or whatever it is.
Yes.
Can you meet it better? Is that happening?
It does happen.
Or is it more non-price factors?
No, it happens. But ultimately, we believe it depends on your service. So you need to justify.
So what is that service?
Well, as a broad term, it's a professional sales service, and it places the farmer firstly in our structure. It allows us to attract top salespeople that deliver that hardcore sales service every day. we merchandise on our floors. We make sure that from a delivery service, that means offloading and unloading to buyers, we compete heavily in terms of creating that space where buyers feel that they are serviced. They don't have to wait for their trucks to be unloaded. We've developed internally a business intelligence platform whereby we create total transparency for the producer from the time the product arrives till the time the product was sold. And we regularly create, we call it producer reviews, where we add value to their marketing strategy. And details of that is akin to RSA, and that's the basis that we use to compete with our competitors.
So is there a lot of churn? Is there a lot of switching between large growers and their agents? Because we've heard a lot of evidence to the effect that it's a long established relationships, and that is key. And I understand the trust principles behind that, but between the big players, is there a lot of switching, a lot of competition at that level?
They're switching. There's no doubt about it, and it takes years to move. If a producer is solid in the relationship, there's always competition to try and move that producer to your floor. It's non-stop. And no for an answer is not an answer. You would keep on selling your value proposition to that producer, and you will find, and it's part of the strategy from our perspective, why we expanded our footprint, that the producer is very strong with the relationship, say, for instance, in Tshwane, but that there's an opportunity in Ekurhuleni or in eThekwini, and you would then start to be able to move and get a foot in the door with delivering your brand of service. But it's again, relationships are not unconditional. So we all have to remember that, and relationships will shift. And we've had experiences where large producer relationships have shifted.
But would you agree with the suggestion that there is very little price competition on the commissions?
No, there's competition.
Is it?
Because it looks like it's the same, it's not the same. In terms of that, it's not. There's quite a bit of competition in there, and it's an
you
element.
say it looks different. I mean, are you structuring it differently? Is it?
It depends on how your business also is structured. That will determine how that rate could move, depending on your sales force commission structure, depending on your cost structure. So agencies would potentially compete on that basis. So if you could have a lighter structure, you could potentially afford to adjust your commission.
Okay. All right. And then just lastly, just to round it off, I mean, what can be done to increase price competition at the commission level?
Well, I think it will inevitably be natural, and optimization and the optimization of transaction costs will come in play. And where you've got the municipal markets taking 5% of the cost between 10 and 12.5%, that's a big part of why the commission structure is where it is. And when you look internationally, which is also part of the process where we compete in, it's on par with what are internationally the rates that are being competed with. So I think it will come part of the optimization. Additional competition of other channels will certainly have an effect on it. Your online trading platforms that are positioning themselves would be able to compete, but we find that they are mostly competing at the level where the 5% is inefficient, not the agencies commission that deliver this range of service. So you find that that's partly a sort of a block that causes a little bit of inefficiency.
And a decrease in concentration at that market agent level? New entrants?
No, increased competition would solve it. And I think also the channel competition has an influence on that.
Okay. All right, so I think that maybe segues into my next theme, which is concentration at that agent's level. So once again, I think there's 14 agencies trading on the Joburg floor, which isn't a lot if you think about the volume that's going through there and the number of producers that are being serviced. But What are the barriers to entry? I know you did touch on it in your presentation, but what are the barriers to entry for new market agents wishing to enter that market?
Well, barriers to entry from a regulatory perspective, etc., are fairly low. And then entering the market, I think there you would need a good business plan to convince the market authority to open up floor space for you. And I also think you need to come to the market with enough capital to some extent because it's time, yes, it takes time, especially if you are new in the industry. And I think that's where we probably have not seen the growth that we expected to see in terms of new entrants, because it's all sort of entrants from outside the ecosystem. From inside the ecosystem, there's been growth from a sales perspective, people owning businesses, people owning shares, etc. But that has been, and it's again, I think I said it in my presentation, it's a little known sort of industry, and it's in essence sort of you've got to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, 365 days a year. You've got to deliver a sales service that you compete against or compete with other agencies against. So in essence, those competitive elements are in itself difficult to be able to start from scratch. So it would be probably a different strategy required for newer entrants if they really understand the ecosystem. But it's possible. Yeah.
So maybe just touching on the capital requirements. I mean, in your experience, is there access to funding? Are banks or financial institutions prepared to fund? Is there a lot of risk attached in this industry? And is there, availability of funding?
I think part of being an agent or an agency or an agency model, you're working with other people's money. So your reputation, your administrative skill, and those things has to be in place, because R1 million worth of sales, there's R1 million going into your trust account less the market's commission, and that's not your money. And I think that brings together that you've got to be an individual or a business that comes with a reputation in terms of your standing, and then the ability to move around in the field, to visit producers, be at producer days. And we have seen where on markets the entrants have sort of dwindled to some extent, but other channels, there the uptake has been quicker.
So, I mean, you guys all employ like salespeople. I think Dapper referred to them as salespeople, or agents, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, are we seeing a lot of salespeople coming into the market, cutting their teeth, earning their stripes for a period of 5-10 years, and then starting their own agency? Is that something
it's happened? Yes, certainly. It's happened in the past few years. It's something that we try to work very hard on. It's, if you think about the context and the spread, it is quite a bit of male-dominated. 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's a robust, tough environment. We haven't seen. We've worked actively to recruit and to recruit from within, and because we're a business or family business that's been put together, and now we're a business of families, it has sort of helped us where we've got young people coming to the business. We also, from an administrative perspective, we've worked very hard in terms of finding qualified administrative skills, chartered accountants, etc. That's in the administrative part of the business, has been very successful for us.
And from a transformation perspective, is there?
We're very happy with our transformation perspective.
What percentage of your salespeople are HDIs? Or
if you take the different levels, so senior salespeople that have been in the game longer, there's less, but I would say at least 50 to 60% of our junior salespeople and sales staff and support staff, and if you take is strong in admin, it's probably 70%, if not more.
Okay. Floor space allocation.
Yes.
I know that you guys have been actively involved in that.
Yeah.
I think it was in your submission. And by the way, your submissions are printed out there.
I've got it, yeah.
But maybe just talk to us about floor space allocation, I mean, and the formulas that are being applied. I understand it's hotly contested.
Are my views my own? It's an emotive issue. I think we could have done a lot better in terms of the formula. As I think the previous attendees explained, it's basically a function of the market authority to calculate the floor space in terms of your sales, and then adding volumes and divided it by 2. That gives you a percentage, and there would be, say, this is the square meterage available on the sales floor, and this is how we want to design it, and this is the floor space available to you. But what is lost in all of this is the effectiveness of that square meter. Because remember, it's the farmer that pays for it. So when you look at the real estate, it's probably the most expensive real estate in the world. Because if you translate the 5% that producers pay for floor space and the bit of other services that they receive from the market, it could translate to 500 to 600 rand a square meter per month for a shed. And that should place another emphasis in terms of what are we going to do to invest in our facilities to remain competitive. So when you look potentially at a more modern floor space allocation, you would look at the time it takes for you to sell the product, because it's perishable, the throughput through your floor, etc., etc., the value of product that moves through your floor, or if you specialize in hardier product that's unpalletized, etc., how do we improve that process to improve the efficiencies? We can't forever and a day not palletize or incentivize palletization so that you don't have these inefficiencies in the system. And that all should, over time, be taken into account to modernize the floor space allocations, because I think it's old. But we're working hard to influence the way we look at floor space, the way we look at the formula. I think there's certainly room for improvement.
Would you consider floor space allocation a hindrance to new entry?
Not a hindrance, because from a new entry perspective, you are allocated minimum space, and that periods are long. The market authority give you long enough period to build your volume through your floor, and always the context of that is where the new entrants are positioned. So 100% of the time they are positioned in the more favorable parts of the market floor, where there's more activity, close to the cashiers, etc., and where there's a volume of buyers. So they potentially have a first bite, excuse the pun, at the apple, in terms of buyer presence. So they are
sorry
situated.
to interrupt you, but that's sort of your introduction.
Yes.
So you into the market, you get allocated that space for
Yeah.
a period of time.
Yes.
How long is that?
2-3 years sometimes. There's no real.
And with the formulas that are being applied,
Yeah.
I mean, once you get past that, let's say you do get past that,
Yeah.
you know, do the calculate, do the
Every 6 months.
every 6 months,
Yeah.
but I mean, the way they calculate it based on volume and all of that, isn't it sort of, you sort of pigeonholed as a new entrant,
Yeah.
you stay there, it's very, very difficult to increase your floor space because of the
Yeah.
formulas that are applied.
So let me maybe give a little bit more context. One of the elements that we specifically in a Joburg market, that's a 3-hall system, where one hauls vegetables and tomatoes, one hauls fruit, one hauls potatoes and onions. For new entrants to start a business and you've got to run 3 halls makes it very difficult. The proposal have been to the market that for new entrants allow, because the new entrants are entrepreneurial, they normally owner business, small owner business, let them have the advantage of selling all produce on the same floor, from potatoes, fruit, to vegetables, to the rest. In that instance, you create immediate economy of scale in a small sense, because you're across the range, you're across the basket, and you will most probably attract buyers across the range. And you could see, if you look at wholesale trade just outside of the market, inside the market, it's one of their advantages, all the products on the same floor. So when you look at a perspective where floor space is an issue because it's either too small, you could say that you should combine your floor space so that you have the seasonality spread and increase, that you can handle it within a limited floor space. And then if floor space becomes available, it's not a fight because it's your season. You're in your season or you're out of your season. And I think that would alleviate a lot of challenges within the floor space formula.
So you did mention that throughput and turnaround time ought to be considered as part of that formulation.
Yeah.
Can you maybe elaborate on that and how that would change things?
Well, for instance, if you could look at racking, for instance, so you would rather go a little bit vertical than horizontal when it gets to floor space, if there's an issue in terms of floor space. In terms of throughput, in terms of the value that's generated on the floor, if you have high value items, you might not need such a large floor space, but in terms of the floor space calculation, you have additional floor space. It will allow you to go out and attract product that's more horizontal, that needs a little bit more space. But it should be looked at least. I'm not saying that is the ultimate solution, but we can't be as stoic just to have one set of formula and you think it's going to work forever and a day. You've got to be a little bit more dynamic when you start to look at floor space allocations and the formula.
So in your view, what can be done to eliminate or lessen the barriers for new market agents?
That's a good question. I don't think we have the answer to that extent. I do think collaboration is an option, and we have worked quite closely with some startup projects, but I think the element of the long game has been not there. And if the element of the long game's there, and you have the floor space, and you are, in my opinion, linked to some of the larger agencies, I think you will find that those barriers to entry will not be less, but they'll be manageable. I think there's elements of that can be utilized.
Transformation is a big issue. So what are your thoughts on the following statement, which was made by the Council for Black Market Agents, where they said that black market agents are struggling to break racial patterns in the industry, where white commercial farmers at least, are continuing their long historical relationships with established white agents, and are unwilling to supply black farmers.
Black market agents.
Yes, well, so supply black market agents with produce,
Yeah, untrue. So in terms of the context of that is that, again, those relationships are not unconditional, as I've said it. Your value proposition is strong enough, you'll be able to convince producers to send to you. There's product coming to that market, I think the chair said it's 365 days a year. There's really no excuse. It's about your own personal integrity and your own personal track record, or your business integrity and your business track record. That goes a long way in moving relationships in terms of your service that you deliver. So I find that to be a little bit narrow in their thinking. And in the context of the NAMC Section 7 investigation and the targets that were set, it's also a way of looking at it. Every year, market agents report to the Agricultural Produce Agents Council in terms of their transformation objectives. We all have employment equity plans in place, and we actively work in strengthening that part of the business, and a lot of agencies are doing it. But we have to remind ourselves that of the 14 agents, probably the bulk of them are SMEs, small family business or small business. That's who they are. But when you look at the larger businesses that have gained traction in terms of expanding the business, expanding their footprint, most of them are transformed. we're happy. We were a level 4 last year. We're a level 5 this year. We're 56% owned by African Rainbow Capital, and when you take those context into account, then 70% of fresh produce on markets on the larger moves through transformed agencies, and all of them are actively involved in changing that perspective. And it's reported to Agricultural Produce Agents Council, and it forms part of the report that goes to the minister.
Thank you. So moving on now to growers on
Yes.
the growing side. So we've obviously, it's been a big focus of the inquiry is the challenges faced by small-scale growers. We've just gone through a series of workshops now. But from your viewpoint, what are the challenges that you've encountered when dealing with small-scale growers?
I think there's potential historical content to it, from access to land, etc., and then the way that the smaller farmers have developed in terms of what they plant, when they plant, etc. And normally it is in a vegetable environment. It is difficult as it is to grow. It's not simple. It's risky. You deal with nature, but once the producers are up and running, I do think markets are there, yes, but it's getting your product to market, and it's not that the quality is world class. It's up to standard. It's getting your product to market efficiently, and then a lot of the times smaller producers have to pool resources in terms of getting product to market, getting it onto transport, and then having to be able to get their pricing, get the money back into their bank accounts, and build their financial resources. I think the other elements of it is known in terms of access to finance, the lack of extension officers from the Department of Agriculture in terms of those spaces. But I think those are the elements. And in the past 3 or 4 years, if you think the impact load shedding, etc., have on commercial growers, what the impact would be on smaller growers. Also the element of where sometimes there's just free movement of people across land, criminality, and if you take and there's theft of a smaller farmer's water pump, it is just sort of the end of the world. Whereby with medium to larger growers, there's a chance that you could either safeguard it or you could replace it. But from that perspective, I think the Afrikaans word is betredingsrecht. I don't know what the English. We seriously got to look at where those farmers, smaller farmers, and their properties are protected, and that where they have the best opportunity to be able to get good quality product to market. And then the element for us is our regional market concept, where we're closer to markets, and we find that gives them at least for 20 or 30 or 40% of their crop, they've got markets close to them which they can compete with other growers. And for us, that's been sort of the biggest success story of giving smaller producers an opportunity to cut their teeth on a market that's not a metro market.
So just in terms of that access to market, do you think there's a role to be played by the market agents in facilitating that, in providing some sort of training and support? And because ultimately you're potentially nurturing future or future potential customers.
We played a role in that, but I think there's so many other institutions that are far better equipped to do that. Yes, we visit, we have farmer days, we go into the field, but that's limited in terms of we're a professional sales force. So we don't know a lot about farming. But we don't farm. We don't have that skill set. And I do think there is enough resources within either Department of Land Reform and Agriculture that should do that, the Agricultural Research Council, and I also know that the Agricultural Produce Agents Council spend time with emerging growers in market dynamics. That's where we play a role, because we would love to sell the product, and we do. We would love to get it to market. So we've got to play that role in that space. But I do believe there's enough resources. I think market management, or market authorities can do a lot more. And I think it's part of our motivation, if we have an opportunity to engage, that yes, we can do more from a market authority perspective.
I know you dealt with it extensively in your submissions, but maybe in a public forum, does RSA Group have any developmental programs which are geared towards assisting small-scale farmers, and maybe elaborate on
Yes,
that?
we had. As I said, from 2000, basically, we had certain projects. We had projects with the Dutch new cooperative where in Wanedi. We had the ECO project, which was a target to bring 300 female producers to market, exposing them to market. We've ran those projects for years, and we received funding for them. We had to report on them. We engaged on them. And I believe out of those learnings, we then said, but, if that's the case, and what we see, there is the ability to grow. The small farmers are entrepreneurial. They produce fantastic product. Can we move? Can we replicate the market model? And I think that's been the biggest success of shifting our attention to that, to providing what we know best, and that's a professional sales service at markets.
Okay, thank you. Just moving on to another area of your business, which is the Federated Farmers business.
Yes.
Can you maybe just elaborate and describe what that business is?
Federated Farmers is an agency business that operates in the retail space, and it operates exactly on the same way as a fresh produce market agent would operate. It never takes ownership of the product. It's registered with the Agricultural Produce Agents Council. It operates a trust account, but it delivers a professional sales service in the retail channel, which have different dynamics than the fresh produce market channel. And that's what Federated Farmers' main function is.
Okay. Can you maybe explain the sort of different pricing dynamics at play between produce sold on the market floor versus products sold directly to retailers?
Certainly the price signal influences the direct buying sphere, and in that space it's more formal. It is, how can I say it? I'm looking for a word. If I don't find it, I'll find it later out of context, maybe. It's more future driven. So because of the lead times in terms of retail, that you need to get the product from farm, packed in retailers' packaging, the crating, the supply chain, you need to negotiate pricing in advance based on what's happening on the market, and that is then the prices that we would say list prices, and that would be competitive within that space, and the producer then, the ownership then moves at the point of delivery to the DCs. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is dynamic. Let me put it. It's always based in its own essence on supply and demand, and it has its end retail competition on shelf between the different retailers.
And do you use the price discovery at the NFPMs as a
base?
As a base.
Yeah, it'll always be. I think it's relevant, and you've got to start somewhere. But it's fierce negotiations. From a chain store's perspective, their buyers are astute. They understand their market, and they're good operators.
There's been a lot of discussion around sort of the spread between the markets, the market price, and what you see on the shelves at the retailers. Can the ruling price at the NFPMs be used as a proxy for an ex-distribution center price that you would see at a retailer?
No, I think that's I know the example was used this morning about the farmer seeing his product in a retailer for X price, and then, the price was that on the market, and but I think the element that we need to understand in the retail space, fiercely competitive, and the product's perishable. So the risk, and this is where I think we need, if the producer wants to assume the risk through the full channel and get a retail type price, he's got to take risk till that point, and it's not feasible. And the producer needs within his marketing strategy to say, where can I get, how do I design my marketing strategy to be able to be certain what my alternatives are, where my price is discovered, and for it to be as strong as possible, have the same quality and type of packaging that goes to retail also on the sales floor, so that reference price is there, and from there on determine how am I going to deal, and through what system I'm going to deal with the chain store. Am I going to negotiate direct? Am I going to list my brand, and then develop that sales strategy for him, and then obviously export slightly different should that farmer be exporting. But the choice lies with the grower, and the growers are fully informed in terms of that pricing structures and levels that exist.
So you obviously, you guys wear two different hats.
Yes.
Or see two different pictures.
Yes.
What is the price negotiation like at that producer retailer level? How does that negotiation take place?
So in RSA's instance, the producers that we service in that space have appointed us as their agent to do that negotiation. So that's the one part.
No, sure.
Where the producer have chosen to do that directly, this chair's got a mind of its own, do that directly, that's what they expose is. They negotiate directly with the buyers, and it's a process that's not simple. It's you have to first of all be able to negotiate a listing for your product at the chain store. That listing will be in your name or in the producer's name, and you would want to have, and if for the lack of a better word, a program, so that these would be when you deliver to the grower, and I think the premise is that retailers would like to deal with producers that have the ability of 12-month of the year supply, but that's not possible. So they build relationships with various other producers that fit that category of consistency of supply, of quality, being able to add the value, pack in their packaging, etc., etc. Sometimes that space is filled by intermediaries, where they would act between the producer, add the value, and they would most probably also own the listing. If I could say own the listing, have the listing, whereby they would fill part of the gap and procure product for programs, add the value, and then negotiate price with the retailer. I don't know if I've explained all the elements of it, but that's sort of.
So, yeah.
I think
Is
it's
any
more in
follow-ups?
detail in my submission if we need to have a look.
Perfect. Just moving on to price discovery at the markets themselves. So there's going to be a list of questions here that will follow sort of a similar theme now.
Okay.
But just referring to a situation where the market agency is able to purchase from itself and then on-sell that produce later at a higher price. I mean, is that something that realistically can happen, and does it happen, where that sort of manipulation of pricing, if there is?
The context of that is internally, obviously the first price would be wrong, but it doesn't happen. You're not allowed to buy from yourself, number one. The levels of oversight within the market system is also there. So let's take the instance from salespeople, etc., that when you log into the system, you've got to have a salesperson's card. Those cards are limited. Every single transaction is transparent to the market. So no, there's no element of buying from yourself and on-selling, because that's a conflict of interest, and it's not done. I think where the misconception does come from is where there are credits supplied in terms of on behalf of the buyer, whereby that mechanism that is controlled by the Agricultural Produce Agents Council credit policy, that should be followed. But
What is
no,
that
that
policy?
doesn't happen.
What is that policy?
Well, the policy is you can't buy you can't buy product from yourself or from the producer and on-sell it.
Okay.
You can only supply credit on behalf of the buyer, and then your farmer needs to be informed that you have supplied credit to that buyer for this product, and it appears in terms of the report back to growers.
Okay.
It appears on the account side.
All right. Reserve stock buying. Can you maybe explain how that works? And
Yeah, it would be for buyers outside of town, most probably. Sometimes I think it's also an over-traded term to that extent in terms of market authorities. But reservations is part of either managing your stock on the floor when buyers come and they say, I'm in this hall, I'm coming to potatoes, please just keep for me, I'm coming to book. Because if you're not there and you don't book, product's gone. So yeah, reservations is a function of managing your stock, and sometimes when buyers are not frequenting the market, they would phone in the morning or they say, can you keep me with the proviso you got to book, because there's buyers that want the stock.
is it locked in at a price?
Yeah, it's locked in at a price on the market system.
Okay.
Some market systems potentially are a bit porous, where it is not as strong as some other markets, or the management of that is not as strong, but it's not an element that is being misused.
Okay.
In my
And it
opinion.
doesn't affect the price discovery process either.
No, you've got to lock in at today's price,
Yeah.
and that's it. And then if anything happens and the buyer doesn't have money on its card, then it gets cancelled, and then it comes back on the system, and the farmer says, my product's not sold. You've got to explain.
Okay. And I suppose the same goes for late sales or sales taking place outside of the trading hours.
Yeah, look,
Is it
I
something
think
that happens often?
yeah,
or-
not often. In the past it used to. I think depending on the strength of the trading system, but late sales again has to happen in conjunction with market management, and it can happen, for instance, when power goes off, the trading system off. How do you sell? In those instances, you would call it a late sale because you use the same system of recording it, and then as the system comes on, you digitize it from that perspective. It happens from time to time with larger buyers that are residence wholesalers on the market that at 11 or 12 o'clock, if suddenly they run short of product, and then they have to negotiate with the market to allow a late sale, prices of the day, and then it needs to be booked the next morning when the trading system opens.
Thank you. Just on wholesalers, I mean, what is your view on wholesalers operating at the NFPMs?
They play an important role. In terms of the ecosystem, they are not part of the price discovery floor. They are part of the demand structure. Mm-hmm. And if market authorities apply their own bylaws, they would not allow product to bypass the sales floors and go directly to wholesalers, because that will influence the ecosystem, and that will influence potentially the integrity of price discovery. I think it is a problem over time, where the mechanism of how wholesalers get product in that directly, but it's something that we've got to deal with from a market management perspective. And if it sort of gets out of control, I think you'll find that producers will stop using that market, because the integrity of price discovery is just not there. But it is an issue that needs to be addressed, and it is being addressed by the market authority and engagements with the agencies, because it is a problem.
All right. The last theme I want to discuss relates to structural linkages, and it will require us to speak about RSA's shareholding and anything like that. I know that your attorney has indicated that there might be some sensitive information.
Yes.
Can I maybe be guided by you? I'll ask the questions and...
Yeah, you can.
All right. So can you maybe name all the entities that RSA has a direct shareholding in, as well as any instances of cross-shareholding with the RSA group and other market participants?
Competitive market agency cross-shareholding, that doesn't exist. We don't have any other cross-shareholding in any other competitive market agency business. No.
And within the fresh produce market itself, any vertical?
No. The only element from a strategic perspective, strategic investment perspective, the holding company has shareholding together with other entities in the Cape Town market investment company that operates on that market. But that's a strategic investment, and it's from an holding company perspective. So it's not within the trading environment at all.
Does RSA Group have any linkages to
farms? No, we don't.
To farms? No.
There's no producer shareholding at all, and never has been within the RSA Group.
What is the relationship with FreshLink?
FreshLink is the software system that we designed and developed in lieu with our regional market strategy. And FreshLink acts on two legs: one, as the market authority, and two, as the developer of the software. And yes, the holding company has invested startup capital in FreshLink. But that's what it is. And there are other producers involved, staff involved, and it's a wide shareholder base within FreshLink. Yeah.
All right. And there's no link to ZZ.
Producer organizations, etc. As well as our holding company has a share in FreshLink, yes.
Okay. And Africa Rainbow Capital.
Yes.
You did mention that they are a majority shareholder in the RSA Group. When you talk about the holding company, we're talking about they also seem to have an interest in Subtropico.
Yes.
Does that have any sort of competitive dynamics? Does that affect any competitive dynamics?
And they handle it very professionally and totally independent from each other. Okay. There's no cross-seating in boards. There's no cross-contamination. It's an investment portfolio for ARC, and they handle it as such.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, I think that's that. That's all been answered. Chair, I'm done from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Mr. Mara, do you have any? Okay, he's got some questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, Mr. Oosthuizen, just two questions from my side. I think the first is, and I think you've touched on this sort of on the edges, but perhaps let's deal with this directly, is this issue of, and I've asked the same question to another stakeholder earlier today, because you operate both as an agency and as a market operator, as a market authority, essentially. The role that wholesalers play, especially wholesalers that do not sell through the trade floor, what are your views on whether or not that creates distortions, whether on price, whether on availability, any types of distortions?
I think we've got to define where those wholesalers sit. So if the wholesaler sits off market, in other words, not on the market premises, there's no issue. They can buy anywhere. They've got choice, and they're free to do whatever they want. So from that perspective, there is no issue. If it's resident wholesalers that are seated on market premises, and if you look at the history where that came from, it was from the development of the market. When the market was built in 64, completed in 74 on Joburg Market, there was this element of say, but we want to make sure that we've got demand structures in place. And that's where the term resident wholesalers came from. And they were afforded to have premises on the market, and they fell within the ambit of the bylaws, where the process was you buy on the sales on the commission floor, and you on-sell your product, and that process was regulated by the market authority and the market bylaws. And there was also a rule, or the market bylaws stipulates that should product not be available on the floor that the wholesaler requires, he had to submit an application to the then market master to say, this product's not available, I have a producer that can send it to me, can I apply that the product enters the market? Then the market authority would take control of the product. It would be booked through the trading system, visible pricing, and the wholesaler would then become the owner of that product, not the producer. Because now, as soon as it enters the market, it's the wholesaler's product. So the wholesaler's name would appear as if he's a producer, and the product would be booked and through the trading system, and then there was levels of transparency, and the market authority would earn its ad valorem commission, and then there would be a reduced commission because nobody did anything else of using the sales system or an agency for that matter. So that would be the process. But if unbridled entrance of product coming into the market, not moving through the sales system, not visible, it will have a distortion of the floor price. That's a fact. So that element we have to be able to put on the table. So if there's large quantities of product coming into the market, where markets have potentially porous gates, if I could put it to you that way, it's not visible, it will have an influence on the integrity of the price discovery for the market.
Do you know of any markets where that actually happens?
Yes.
Which are?
Joburg, Tshwane, Cape Town, it moves through the trading system. It's transparent. The smaller markets, it's more difficult to understand because of visibility issues. But in the main, I would say yes. Those two markets, we know it's a well-known fact. It's not.
I see, and just also to clarify, I mean, it's slightly different. If I understand you correctly, it's slightly different from a situation where there is a wholesaler directly next to an NFPM, but they don't use the trading floors. You're not referring to that situation.
No,
that is, you're saying, is something completely.
That's fair trade, and it's competition, and that's a channel that business decided to utilize. There's no issue with that. The context, and there's no issue with it being where the wholesaler is a resident wholesaler on the market premises, buying through the commission floor. That's part of the arrangement with market authority. That's the reason why you have the ecosystem work for you. Security is taken care of, the infrastructure is there, you're close to the floors, you have a sense of a sort of advantage over other wholesalers that are further distances away from the market that competes with resident wholesalers. So that was why it was designed in that way, to stimulate demand on sales floors and why you were on market premises. So there's a distinct advantage of being inside the market premises in terms of that space. Sure.
Thank you. That really does provide my clarity. The second question I'm interested in is again this sort of very unique perspective that RSA has, again being both a sort of agent at the fresh produce markets, but then also in their federated farming units, having the insight of dealing directly and negotiating prices directly with retailers. So in that sense, I mean, does RSA ever use the NFMP prices, the fresh produce market facility prices, as some sort of benchmark or price discovery method when negotiating the price with retailers?
Yeah. Everybody uses aggregated prices from the national fresh produce markets, and it's a good base. And specifically when producers have a solid marketing strategy where the same quality, variety, class of product moves to the fresh produce market, makes them far more secure in terms of how to negotiate, and puts our team or the agent in a strong position to say this is where we're moving from. And it also secures the retailer because it's now in a different channel. So the transparency of the reference price is important to everybody in the industry, and that brings a sense of integrity to the playing field.
And you would say that is part of the strategic importance of an NFPM, that price discovery model that goes beyond just the borders of the market.
Yeah. If you would, for a lack of maybe to philosophize a little bit, if you think what it would cost the UK Potato Commission to find out the price of potatoes versus where today it's instantaneously available within the current transaction cost, it's incredible.
Thank you, Chair.
So thank you, Mr. Mare, for that. Maybe just a few follow-ups. Yeah, but I think just based on your submission, I just want to confirm this because you have kindly provided, I think it's question 18, the market size and the channels. I think it's the share of each channel. And what then is your estimate of the overall market size based on these numbers, these percentages rather?
Yeah,
I just want to get a
I think if I'm correct, and I'll try and remember them.
It's page 444.
You would have the national, and it might have moved a little bit, but I think it will be within the ambit of the submissions, that the fresh produce, national fresh produce market size, I've got it here, I said it's around 35%. I think I would have been spot on.
Yeah,
Retail, supermarkets around 20, but then you got to look at that, and then exports around 45.
Yeah, I'm just looking now at the base number you used.
Yeah.
The base. So what is your estimate of the total size? I just
From a rand turnover perspective.
Yes. Just so that we,
okay,
if you are able to, because
so,
I think
so
just so that we can
if you look
understand
at
your
national
numbers,
fresh produce markets, I would say around 20 to 21 billion in farmer sales. You would have, I would say, around on retail supermarkets between 12 and 15, because that's a little bit different, difficult to get, but it's there. And then exports, I would say anything towards 80 towards 90 billion in terms of exports, depending on product and process. But that would be I don't think we'll be far off the mark. So let's say if you add it together, you're looking at about 120 billion farmer sales in round figures that are generated. That excludes hospitality trade or direct contract with Simba, etc. That excludes that portion of the value chain.
All right. Okay, thanks for that. I just want to make sure that at least if you are able to, I think maybe Mark, you can send us just how you arrived at the.
We can be
so that we don't use so we can also cross-check these numbers. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of fact. Yes, thank you. And on because I ask you this because you do interface with the retailers,
yes,
as well as farmers, right?
Yeah.
So, but both. I suppose
Yes.
it's both. And what's the bargaining position? So how have you? I see the reference price is the market price, the National Fresh Produce market prices. But how have you? I don't want specific numbers. Maybe you can just indicate where do you land with retailers relative to the prevailing market prices, and of course with the farmers, I
Yeah.
suppose it's that it's that price.
Yeah, I think it's competitive. It reflects market pricing in terms of list pricing that retailers, that would be the comparative price, would be the list price of that, not the retail price. That's a different competitive space.
yeah. Yeah.
But in terms of list pricing and market reference pricing, it's competitive. The difference potentially is that you have product in smaller packaging. You have a different supply chain that services that industry, and those costings all form part ultimately of the list price component, but it's comparable to market prices.
All right. So
Obviously the cost structures differ here. There's a certain cost structure on fresh produce markets, but the pricing component will always be relative to the reference price. Yeah.
So when you look at that, I just ask you if you have made the observation. So when you look at those prices, the input prices to retailers, and what you observe, I don't know whether you track
On the retail level.
yeah, just for your business. I don't know whether if you track retail,
Yeah.
what do you make of those prices in terms of just the spread? Do you is it
In my opinion, I think I've got to be not tripping over my words. It's a very competitive space at retail level. The ownership of the product has moved towards the retailer. So they are responsible for all the movement of transport, electricity cost, getting it from DC into store across the country, and then being competitive in that store to other retailers competing with them, as well as independent retailers that have a different supply chain that competes for the consumer's wallet. So in my opinion, it's a highly competitive environment, and the prices at that level will obviously reflect their cost structures. And again, it is for all to see what the different pricing is and how hard retailers compete with each other to be able to get a larger share of the consumer wallet. And we are privileged to have them as operators within the system. They know what they're doing, and they're very competitive. And also in terms of the space where they're competing for the supply side of the producer, and we compete for the supply side of it's competitive.
So does it in any way, so because you price day to day, does it, the prices at retail, what you observe, so the product that you are not supplying, do they in any way influence, say, prices at the market?
No.
So when you observe, observe
that's
that 2 kgs of potatoes cost X,
and then
you make your own assessment.
No, it doesn't influence the price discovery elements within the fresh produce markets. No.
Right. So that's independent.
Yeah, separate channel,
Right.
and also it's changed form to a large extent. You know, a lot of product on market would be bulk, etc. But
Right.
if producers normally do supply retail as part of they would have the same type of packaging in their own brand on the floors to be able to have a reference price from which they can negotiate with chain stores in terms of their listing. But it does not have an influence on the price discovery element of the wholesale markets or the price discovery markets.
No, thank you very much for that. So I just want to, because I think you did cover this in your presentation, and it's repeated, I think, in your submission as well. I just wanted to make sure that we understand the points you are making very well. Those are, is it question 42? I think we have 457 on our bundle mark there. Because this is where we ask, what are the issues that you think the inquiry should consider? And I think the first one relates to failures in municipal market management and or local municipalities to reinvest in maintenance and in the essential infrastructure, and that make contributing to difficulties by emerging agribusinesses in developing and expanding their operations. Can you expand on this and how, what, because I think you are putting it back to the inquiry to investigate this further, but I just want to check if you can expand on it and perhaps maybe have some ideas of what can be done in the context of this inquiry.
Challenges.
Yeah, and in the context of within at least the remit of the powers of this inquiry.
I think if we look at the ecosystem and where currently municipal fresh produce markets are seated, it's within the ambit of local government, and it's at zero cost to the state. It generates its income from producers. And the responsibility of that lies to utilize that income to enhance and enable the ecosystem. If that is not done in alignment with a strategy, it would lose its effect and it will lose its efficiency. And I think for me, what we should look is to create that as centers of excellence, in my opinion, because if it does not happen, you will find that the gap that is being left by that inefficiencies will be taken up in whichever form by private enterprise. It's natural. It will happen that way. So I do think that is a process, and I also again think that's a role where government and industry can collaborate to see what do we need to do next. Because I do think the questions sometimes are not asked enough. Are our markets positioned still in the right spaces within the city? Because there were reasons why markets moved from inner town, from Mary Fitzgerald Square to Newtown, and from Newtown to City Deep. It's because of the city and the concentration of and where markets should be seated. This is 40 or 50 years later. Is it still in an ideal position where transport could be optimized, where there could be larger efficiencies driven either by rail or whatever the case might be? Those questions are not being asked by the owners of those facilities that are responsible for the enablement of the ecosystem. It's not being asked. So inevitably, if that becomes uncompetitive, it will create its own opportunity, whereby I believe private enterprise will take up the slack. It's inevitable. So that's one part of what we're seeing. I do think there's low hanging fruit in terms of improving the facilities within fresh produce markets. But again, it's a question of management. You have the markets appearing next week. They can answer for themselves. From the perspective where we sit, you cannot build any strategy, you cannot build any continuity when you have 25 CEOs of a market in less than 18 years. There's no consistency and there's no continuity. And you can see it in the level of degradation within the facilities. But it's still competitive, and that's the amazing part of it. But it will reach a point of saturation where it's not possible.
All right. Okay, thank you for that. And I think the last one is what you have is it in paragraph 136 of your letter. Just those input cost challenges that you see producers facing. I think you have listed this, but I think maybe if you can, because I just want to get a sense of what you have observed, and the kind of cost impact, right? So the kinds of, just if you are able to give us some information, because you track prices over time and what the farmers keep asking for, you know, with all these increasing costs.
I think it's one of the unrecognized elements of an open market system that it takes note of the elements of road infrastructure that's degrading, the cost of transport with prices and diesel and all of those elements rising, that adds to the cost of getting product to market. When you're in the export channel and you sit with product at harbors that can't be exported because of inefficiencies, every day product sits at harbor, it adds cost. And ultimately that's cost to the grower. And ultimately the free market will have to then cost it in, and it will find its way within the ultimate price of food on the table of consumers. It's inevitable. And what will happen together with that, specifically when you look at electricity shortages, etc., where simply you cannot grow enough product to be able to water them in time, to be able to fertilize in time, it will have an effect of less product that will be produced, and you have the compounded effect of a very cold winter or a very wet summer and lots of rain that will influence the volume of product being produced. And normally producers take into account weather and would plant extra to say, we're going to have a cold snap, I might not be able to have the yields that I want, so I'll plant a little bit extra. In terms of these constraints, it will be a serious element for producers to take into account. I just cannot afford it. I just cannot do it. So if we get weather conditions that are not favorable, you'll have a shrinkage of total volume available for the market. And I don't think our demand for fresh produce is diminishing. We have the whole of Southern Africa's consumers that potentially are looking for produce. And yes, they produce quantities of product, but it's not. I don't think it's enough. I think we have a really good opportunity in expanding our fresh produce ecosystem if we can access those markets and those countries. And I do think it is an advantage for everybody involved.
So just maybe have you been able to, I suppose, because some of these constraints have been there for some time now, maybe 5 years up to now, I think, heightening, as it were. Have you been able to estimate the cost impact of this from your perspective? Even if it's in aggregate, it's okay.
That'll be very difficult, but if you only look at the inflation price index on food, I think it's reflected in that, and it's well documented. But to be able to have a definitive figure, I don't think that's possible from a measurement perspective. It's reflected in the aggregation of the increase in food in the food price index, in the inflation index.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Mr. Oosthuizen. I just want to check if you have anything you would like to add as your parting shot.
No, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for the openness and the robust questions. I think it's necessary, and I also believe it's going to inform and the element of our national fresh produce markets and the system and the ecosystem of the agency model will stand in good stead.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Oosthuizen, and Mr. Mark Garden. You are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. before you close, we just need to announce when and where. And so we resume, I have to read this carefully, on Tuesday, the 24th of October, 2023 at 10. So that day we'll have Simba, Spar and Woolworths.